hablar más cosas de Delhi.
Yeah. I think we can start together. Shall we, Karthik, shall we start? Yeah. Good afternoon to everybody. Can you hear me? Yeah, okay. Thank you. So good afternoon, good morning, and good evening also, because the people from Southeast Asia, for them it is good evening already. So thank you very much for joining. Let us start our inaugural program of this conference. Now I request Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor B.J. Rao, to preside over the inaugural function of this international conference. You can speak.
Yeah. So welcome to all of you from various parts of the globe. I hope I'm audible. Am I audible? Yeah, okay. So you are in all different time zones, but we all should come to one time zone for this meeting. We all should come to one page. And the page is about emerging technologies and changing dynamics of information. It's a very loaded title, but it's a very important title because it is talking about technologies. It is also talking about dynamics of changing technologies and how we need to implement them, adopt them. So we are really inundated by technologies. Every moment of our lives, we intersect with technologies, and technology is changing much more rapidly than one can envisage. So it is in that context, this particular meeting today and tomorrow and day after is very, very relevant. You are joining from different parts of the world, and I welcome you all. I welcome with a special spirit of warmth from India. India is a warm country in many, many ways. And in this beautiful setup of University of Hyderabad, where we are not only implementing technology, but also training large number of students to this technology, is a very important donor, is a very important contributor to this important mission. So I see that this particular program is spread out in 3 days, and I have gone through some abstracts of this program. They're very, very exciting abstracts, and the abstracts essentially survey many aspects of technology changes. Out of all these aspects, I want to only red flag one aspect, and the aspect is when technology is changing so dynamically, so rapidly, we obviously have to adopt them. But we as intelligent human beings should never get trapped by the technologies. Technologies should be harnessed very, very well for our benefits, but we are much beyond the technologies in the real sense. So I do not want to belabor this point. This is somewhat of a spiritual point, a philosophical point, but I would urge all of you, please pay attention that we use the technology, but we do not get enslaved to the technologies. How to do this challenge is do it yourself exercise. At each level, we use the technology to the hilt, but then we use the technology for our humanity's benefit, for the benefit of transmission of knowledge, for solving human problems, for mitigating human suffering, etc., etc., etc. Technology can also create problems. We ensure that technology is used largely to mitigate problems and not to create problems. I'm sure you understand the implications of what I'm trying to say. I'm actually saying very obvious things, but I certainly want to reiterate this point. And I'm very excited to be inaugurating this function, this conference. And I hope this conference brings home very important take-homes that all the stakeholders would underline and take it further in the next set of conferences that you people will be part of in this. So I wish you all very best. And I'm going to be an intent observer of this conference and try to see what is applicable for our own university in this conference and see what we can implement from this conference in terms of take homes. So in one sentence, I want to summarize saying that please harness technology for alleviating human suffering. All the dynamic parts of the technologies, please adopt. Please make sure that the downtrodden of the system get benefited by this technology and be the pallbearer of the transmission of the technology to the most downtrodden in the system. Thank you very much. All the very best. So now we proceed with the program here. I would request Professor Prabhakar Raoji to say briefly about the conference itself.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor B.J. Rao, Dorothy Gordon, IFAP Chair, UNESCO, Maria Elsa Oliveria, Secretary IFAP, Vagish Dikshit, Vice Chairman, CI Telangana, Vishal V. Sharma, Ambassador, Permanent Representative of India to UNESCO, speakers, participants, colleagues, students, and friends. On behalf of the organizers of the conference, I would like to welcome you to this unique international conference, online international conference on emerging technologies and changing dynamics of information. I think needless to mention the relationship and interconnectedness of technologies and information. It is visible, especially nowadays, not only at academic level, but also in different walks of different areas of life. So that's why we thought that this topic would be a very interesting one to debate, to deliberate on various aspects of information and how that information is affected by technologies, both positively and negatively. So that's why the main focus of this conference would be on relooking, reinterpreting the use of technologies in using information, in conveying information, etc. This is actually the IFAP program itself, that is Information for All program of UNESCO, has, all of you know, 6 priority areas. And all these 6 priority areas are very much important to each and every nation. Since this is a UNESCO program, all 6 priority areas of IFAP are very much relevant and significant in all countries, to all countries. However, each country, depending upon its social structure or need, importance, some of the areas out of these 6 areas is being highlighted by each and every nation. So what now we are planning, that we want to bring IFAP program to India. So we want to set up IFAP in India. So for that, we have made already some initial steps, and I hope that in near future, we will do that. And another thing I would like to mention, that this conference is sequel to earlier conferences that we had in 2020 and 2021. The first one, 2021 conference, is information in crisis times, simply I'm telling. And the second one is the second conference was on artificial intelligence and digital wellness. So this in both the conferences, we have come up with Hyderabad declaration. the second conference, particularly the Hyderabad Declaration on AI and DW has already been translated into 20 world's languages, including some of the Indian languages. That itself shows how the important and how that declaration is being received by all stakeholders across the globe. That's why in this conference also, at the end of the conference, we will also come up with Hyderabad Declaration on ETCDI, Emerging Technologies and Changing Dynamics of Information. Whatever the recommendations that have been given by the speakers, all the recommendations will be included in the Hyderabad Declaration. There are 28 countries are participating in this conference with 33 presentations. So this itself shows that how the theme of the conference has been received across the globe. So I thank all the speakers, all the participants for accepting our invitation to make presentations and to deliberate during these 3 days on various IFAP areas from technological and information point of view. So with these few words, I would like to thank once again all of you for making this conference happen. And let us hope that during 3 days, we will have candid deliberations on various aspects of information and the impact of technology on information. Thank you so much.
So now we have messages by Dorothy Gordon.
Yes.
Dorothy Gordon, please. IFAP chair, message, please.
Thank you so much for giving me the floor, Honorable Vice Chancellor. It's a pleasure to meet you virtually again.
Thank you.
We are lucky to have with us many distinguished invitees. I cannot mention them all, but I will mention, of course, our partners in India at the India Center of Information Ethics, Professor Rao and Professor Siva Prasad. And of course, the Vice Chair of CII, who has joined us, and His Excellency, the Permanent Representative of India to UNESCO. It's really an honor for you to have joined us, but we are all really pleased to see the diversity of partners that are with us today in organizing this conference, the diversity of speakers and participants that we have around the globe. This is a very timely conference with a very engaging and yet challenging title. When we look at these issues around emerging technologies and the changing dynamics of our information ecosystems, there's a tendency to go for an apocalyptic approach where we can only see a frightening future. I see that this particular meeting is a meeting that will inspire hope. It inspires us to remember that humanity can shape a more human future through these technologies. And particularly if we pay attention to where we need to change our policy dynamic. IFAP has a mandate to engage member states in looking at policy, that can actually build inclusive knowledge societies. And we see that at the moment, there are some big trends that, as I will speak today from a developing nation point of view. And I could say for most of the world, because we see some big tendencies. We see a tendency of concentration of power in two geopolitical nodes. That is the US and China when it comes to technology and many other things. We see a concentration of power in a small number of companies that in a way dictate the shape of our ecosystems. And we see many gaps. We see policy gaps where, for example, the OECD is leading the world in developing policy instruments to try and address some of the issues around us. But in many of our other regions, and I'm speaking from Africa, we are not seeing that level of engagement around the regulatory and policy environments that are necessary, as so many emerging technologies are challenging existing systems and existing institutions. We see age-old gaps where, for example, women are on the wrong side of the digital divide. But I just remember that I participated recently in a seminar on some of the more powerful tools within the AI range. For example, a natural language learning model called the GPT-3, which actually scrapes the web constantly. I think they are talking about 175 billion parameters for that learning model. And what does it do as a result of scraping the web? It actually learns about all the existing prejudices that human beings have. For example, all the hate speech we see on social media, all the bias that we see. And for many of the models, we see that typing in a word like African or Indian will come out with, let's say, not a neutral result. And particularly, for example, we've seen when it comes to technology that helps screen job applications, that certain ethnicities, certain colors, certain level of ability or disability will be favored. So we see that there are many of these gaps that we need to address. The inclusivity gaps, as well as privacy, security, new issues which are coming up in relation to data and learning engineering. There is so much that needs to be done. This meeting and the distinguished speakers who will be contributing their knowledge and sharing it freely remind us that we have choices, that we can make those choices in an informed way. So thank you very much, and I wish you an excellent conference, and we are looking forward to more activities, more IFAP activities in India and around the world. Thank you, Professor Rao. Thank you, Honorable Vice Chancellor.
Thank you. I welcome now Marilza Oliveira, Secretary IFAP, for a message, please.
Thank you very much, dear Vice Chancellor Rao, dear Chair, dear speakers, and dear participants. I'm super happy to be speaking to you all in the scope of this very important online international conference on emerging technologies and changing dynamics of information. This is really such a relevant theme for the times we live in. It's, very grateful that you put this conference together. Because indeed, technology is changing fast, particularly in the field of communications and information, and it creates new opportunities, but also new threats, that Dorothy has mentioned some of them. And our world is changing very fast too. With the COVID-19 pandemic, it has highlighted how in times of crisis, the constitutional, statutory, and policy guarantees for public access to information, for example, can literally save lives. It starts with access to technology, to infrastructure and devices, including affordable access, but it proceeds with the digital skills that are needed to effectively use technologies including, for example, media and information literacy, which has had a major role in the fight against the infodemic of disinformation and hate speech. It moves on to the importance of multilingualism in cyberspace, as linguistic diversity helped when disseminating information about the pandemic. And it has shown us that digital technologies must be universal in design so as to really include persons with disabilities in order not to leave them behind when moving forward with digital transformation, especially in times of crisis. These issues are so well addressed within the scope of the Information for All program and within your important conference, which covers all main areas of IFAP. IFAP is a tremendously consequential program, and one which I have the honor of being secretary under the guidance of our chair, Doris Gordon, and the working group chairs here present. The program works towards awareness, research, and policy consensus in all these priority areas, and it contributes towards health, education, justice, in reducing inequalities. In that sense, IFAP is actually evolving as a human rights program, which will have increased responsibilities in the next years. It used to be about freedom of expression, access to information, privacy, but now the technologies mediate access to education rights, to decent work rights, to health rights. IFAP, it becomes consequential to cover all human rights. So let me explain how UNESCO is moving forward with the new medium-term strategy to be considered by our member states in November. This is a strategy that has organizational results cut across various areas of work: education, culture, science, communication, and information. All domains of knowledge that will play a big role, and which IFAP, which brings many of them together and helps to define how technologies and information dynamics affect rights, will need to play a much bigger role in supporting progress towards UNESCO's goals and towards SDGs as a role. So your discussions here today are very, very much important in framing this contribution. So I look forward to receiving your results of your deliberations. And so does the new Assistant Director General of Communications and Information Sector, Mr. Taufik Jelassi, who joined UNESCO in July and who sends his greetings. Just to finish, let me invite all of you to join us in celebrating the 2021 International Day of Universal Access to Information on 28 September under the theme, The Right to Know, Building Back Better with Access to Information, which is a topic so relevant for you. And I must say that I really appreciate your super valuable insights, your dedication to building a better world through CI, and communications and information and digital transformation, and to thinking through technology development in this new scenario. So thank you very much, and wishing you all a fantastic conference.
Thank you very much. Now I call upon Shri Vagesh Dikshit, Vice Chairman, Confederation of Indian Industry, Telangana, please.
Thank you. Good evening to all of you, and some in good morning and some in late good evening. Today, we are all pleased to collaborate with the University of Hyderabad for this conference on emerging technologies and changing dynamics of information. Our heartiest congratulations to Professor B.J. Rao for taking over as the new Vice Chancellor for University of Hyderabad, which is recognized as one of the institution of eminence for its abilities and potential to move into the league of world's best institutions. I speak with some bias based out of Hyderabad, but I think I still speak the truth. We are confident that the university will reach greater heights under your leadership, sir. We thank Professor Prabhakar Rao as well for this collaboration. As we are aware, technology disruption has changed the thought process of industries. Today, technology is the main enabler for sustenance of organizations. Collaboration platform is a new normal for reducing risk and gaining competitive edge. In this new industry scenario, smart and connected are two of the most important keywords. The power of information and communication technology is being progressively realized as every facet of modern day society is becoming digitally connected and data driven. Indian business leaders are digitizing crucial functions and are now focused on driving revenue and operational efficiencies by adopting Industry 4.0, or the fourth industrial revolution, as we call it. Industry 4.0 is now part of every boardroom agenda and every operational conversation. Convergence of advanced connectivity, cloud computing, sensors, 3D printing, intelligent algorithms, and IoT are playing a major role to transform business models. Companies' usage of artificial intelligence to understand predictive nature of data is the new enabler to create a smarter, connected world. I must mention that just before joining this function and program at 4 o'clock India time, just before this, I was on another call and was listening to a pitch by 3 young dynamic engineers from IITs who've been working with me and my team and want to make an impact on bringing artificial intelligence to sorting of waste in pursuance of sustainability. I just committed to mentor them to the next levels and support them till they are fully functional. We in industry need to encourage such entrepreneurial energy of youth. We can all work towards making this as a tool for social impact and change, especially in developing economies. And therefore, I also refer to Professor's comment and the red flag that don't be trapped by technology, but use technology as an enabler. According to the World Economic Forum, it has taken less than 2 decades for the commercial internet to evolve from innovation to indispensable. As the internet makes its presence felt in more high-impact areas as healthcare, education, government services, access to digital services will only become more essential for everyone in the years to come. No transformation is more challenging than meeting service expectations of digitally empowered customers. Digital technologies enable companies to better engage with their customers and offer superior experiences at obviously affordable costs. Thriving companies are harnessing collaborative digital networks to build ecosystems. Collaborations and such ecosystems are particularly important in emerging IoT, where multiple companies across different industries must make sure that their offerings work with each other in several highly complex areas, including healthcare, home automation, and smart cities. Billions of devices are connected by Internet of Things and interact at an entirely new level now. These technologies are changing the way we live, communicate, and work. They are enabling new applications and business models across all industrial sectors and verticals. Fundamentally, these advances are a great sign of progress and hope. Growth forecasts predict $1 trillion business on a very conservative note. However, while they improve our lives and economies, they also come with associated risks of exposure to malicious cyber attacks and the like of that. Digital innovations are reshaping our society, economy, and industries with a scale and speed like never before. They can also improve the governing processes by helping policymakers take better decisions and engage citizens. Digital India is another 1 trillion economy opportunity, as we hear, with connectivity reaching remote corners and projects like BharatNet aiming to connect villages across the country. India will emerge as a center for ML and M education. FinTech has already benefited greatly from these new policies to promote cashless economy, and citizens across the country have taken advantage of numerous electronic transaction portals. Innovative models for partnership and fiber infrastructure for broadband sharing are obviously rapidly emerging as well. India is today the 3rd largest center for startups and is capable of addressing global business opportunities in the technology space. This would also help in creating new job opportunities, both directly and indirectly, and support, of course, millions of livelihoods, not only in India, but across the world. India has the 3rd largest higher education system in the world, with an estimated 36 million students enrolled in shy of 1,000 universities, 993 being the real number. transforming the Indian higher education system is expected to improve quality of learning outcomes for India's youth and make them ready for the workplace in the future. Requisite investments in education system and facilities, teaching talent, and improving quality of education is certainly the need of the hour for India's continued recognition as a talent pool for the world. In CII, we've been working on strengthening industry-academia collaboration. The role of CII will be to connect relevant industries with interested institutions to create a meaningful and sustainable model for industry-academia engagement. We sincerely hope that through this project, we can further only our goals together. So thank you very much for this opportunity, and I do wish the program the very best. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Now I call upon Shri Vishal Sharmaji, Ambassador, Permanent Representative of India to UNESCO, Government of India. Vishal Sharma.
Professor B.J. Rao, am I audible?
You are very much. Thank you.
Professor B.J. Rao, Vice Chancellor of the University of Hyderabad, Professor J. Prabhakar Rao, the Chairperson of the conference and Director of the India Center of Excellence in Information, professors, industry partners, educationists, and dignitaries from all over the world. Let me wish you in the Telugu language, which is the language, the beautiful language of the glorious state of Telangana, India. Andariki Namaskaram. E conference Hyderabad University Varu, Jarapadam Naku Challa, Anandan Undi. I hope I got my Telugu right. It was the language of my father, but not the language of my mother. So I hope I got my Telugu right. And with that, at the onset, I'm very happy to note that the recent recognition of the Ramappa Temple by UNESCO as a World Heritage Site was inscribed. And Ramappa is located in the great state of Telangana. This temple, also known as the Kakatiya Rudreshwara Temple, dates back to the early 13th century. Among many things, the striking feature of this temple is that it is built with bricks and having technology that its density is lighter than water, and a foundation that's made of sandboxes so that they could act as shock absorbers and have survived 800 years. This is the beauty of technology that we had in India 800 years back. India is a multilingual, multicultural, and a multi-ethnic country. Hence, UNESCO IFAP program has got great significance for India. India expects and hopes that we can be a part of the IFAP in the General Conference that is scheduled for November this year. The research and implementation of 6 priority areas: multilingualism, information preservation, information accessibility, information ethics, information development, and information literacy are important for strengthening multilingual and multicultural fabric of Indian society. The information in native languages will enable to build a sustainable and inclusive society. India has more than 1,000 languages. If I'm not mistaken, it's 1,900 languages. There are 22 scheduled languages as per the Constitution of India. India indeed is a multilingual country. The government of India has brought in a renewed focus on mother tongue education, and education up to the age of 5 should be in the mother tongue as per the National Education Policy. It's the world's largest transformation of the educational sector, and that is happening in India. There is a need to develop digital tools for effective implementation of online education in Indian languages. India has more children of school-going age than the population of the United States of America, more than 340 million young boys and girls. India has 1.5 million schools, 42,000 colleges, 11 million teachers. Every year, 15 million, that's 3 times the population of Denmark, 15 million young boys and girls matriculate from the Indian schooling system. India awards, 8.2 million bachelor's and master's degrees, and about 39,000 PhDs. It is perhaps the world's largest democratic educational ecosystem. It is an ocean of education. And as part of the Digital India program, the government is giving high priority to digital education. Preservation of cultural heritage is also very important for an ancient civilization like India. To protect citizens' rights and privacy, especially while using social media platforms, the government has recently come up with a new intermediary guidelines and digital media ethics code. All these initiatives are aimed at protecting information in the context of using modern technologies. In this connection, this conference is unique, and I congratulate the University of Hyderabad and its partners, including my colleagues in UNESCO, IFAP, for taking such a wonderful initiative. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Now I would welcome Professor Rao to launch this consortium webpage, please.
You will, sir. I will.
Okay.
Yeah.
He will describe some basic details of this consortium webpage.
Yeah. Karthik. So, yeah, actually we are going to now launch a consortium called Global AI Ethics Network for Social Good. This is a unique initiative taken by the University of Hyderabad and its partners of the earlier conference, participants of the earlier conference. So as I told you that in the earlier conference, one of the outcomes of the earlier conference on artificial intelligence and digital wellness was to establish an international consortium on AI ethics. So this is first of its kind in India and one of the very few consortium that are there in the world. But there are a number of consortiums. There are a number of consortiums on artificial intelligence, but you rarely find a consortium on artificial intelligence ethics for social good. There are very few consortiums. So we are now, we are one among them, very few consortiums. And the aim of this consortium is to share the experience on AI ethics in different countries and come up with policy recommendations to the governments. So that's why here and in the consortium, there are a number of universities which have already been agreed to be the members of this consortium. Now you will see the logos of these universities when we launch the consortium. So we want to expand this idea and we want to take this consortium to the really international level. And also this consortium should finally work for the social good. So we are also, we hope that we will get the support of Government of India and the UNESCO, IFAP of UNESCO, so that this consortium will grow further and it will achieve its goals. Thank you very much. Now I request Honorable Vice Chancellor to launch the consortium.
Before
1 minute, cut.
Before I launch this consortium, I just want to share one thought. The consortium is meant to bring us all together on one platform. In some sense, this is a unification tool where technology is bringing us together into one family. This is by high-end technology, this is by artificial intelligence, this is by data science. However, India being as old as it is, 5,000 years ago, India already promulgated that we are all Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. 5,000 years ago, India declared that we are all one family. Now with high-end technology, we are declaring the same adage. So India is well placed in declaring this consortium open because it has the moral and spiritual high point in its past history and its future trajectory. I welcome you all to this consortium, and I want this consortium webpage to be inaugurated now. Thank you.
Sir, please. Sir, it is there. Yeah, just 1 minute, sir.
This one?
Yeah,
Share.
1 minute, sir.
Share.
Yeah.
And make it full. Yes, sir. Press the click
1 minute, 1 minute. When it's complete,
on the.
you have to press.
Done?
No, not.
Yes, sir. Click.
Click.
Yes, you can click once. And one more click.
One more
And you can click on the consortium.
on the consortium.
Wow, this is really beautiful. Global Ethics Network for Social Good. Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you very much.
So you can make now concluding remarks and close this.
Yeah. So you can see that we really have come on a festive mood with this technology bringing us together, opening up a web page where we can connect across distances, we can connect our minds, we can work together in a unified theme. I think this is one way of harnessing human energy using the technology in the best possible manner. I really feel that this is a fantastic occasion that all of us have come together with an open-ended agenda, are working for the welfare of the human societies. Thank you very much. Now, I would request Professor Shiva Prasad Garu to offer vote of thanks, please, for the conference.
Thank you very much, sir. On behalf of the organizers, I consider it as my privilege to express our grateful thanks to many of the luminaries who made it possible for us to make this function a grand success. As hosts, it's customary for us to thank our guests first. Ms. Dorothy Gordon, IFAB Chair, has always been a constant source of support and encouragement in all our endeavors. Thank you, Madam, for accepting our invitation and for delivering a very inspirational message. Thank you very much. And our grateful thanks to Ms. Mariaza Oliveira, Secretary IFAB, for taking time to grace this event in spite of her busy schedule and for delivering a very beautiful message and a wonderful kind of address. Thank you very much. I also take this opportunity to thank His Excellency Sri Vishal Sharma, Ambassador of India to UNESCO, Ambassador and Permanent Representative of India to UNESCO. I think that despite his pressing engagements, he obliged us to take part in this online conference and for delivering a wonderful message and also saying a few words in Telugu, which is also, we are thankful for his concern. Thank you very much, sir, for accepting our invitation and gracing the occasion and giving us, wishing us all the best for the conference. I also would like to say a few words because Confederation of Indian Industries is partnering with us in organizing not only this conference, but also we are associated in other endeavors. And we are thankful to Sri Vagish Dekshit, Vice Chairman, Confederation of Indian Industries, Telangana, who has kept aside his other engagements and accepted our invitation to participate in the inaugural function and for delivering a very wonderful message. Thank you, sir, for this. And we also take this opportunity to thank all our partners for their unstinted support and active engagement. Professor B.G. Rao, our Honorable Vice Chancellor, is a pillar of strength for us. The grand success of this function is a testimony to his leadership. Thank you for your presidential remarks, inauguration of the consortium, and for everything that you have done to make this function a grand success, sir. Thank you. The success of the inaugural function is due to the untiring efforts of many of our office staff and colleagues. I would like to specially thank in this regard my colleague, Professor Vasuki, who could not join because of other pressing engagement, who is the Director of Center for Digital Learning, Training and Resources, what we call it as CDLTR. And also specially, I must thank Shri Ajay Kumar, our International Projects Coordinator. I would say he is the invisible organizer for his untiring efforts. And this is what we are seeing today is all because of their efforts. And we also take this opportunity to thank all our participants from different parts of the globe, but for whom this conference would not be what it is. Our special thanks are also due to our university administration for its critical support in all our activities. Finally, last but not the least, as you are aware, the main proponent of this online conference is my good colleague, Professor J. Prabhakar Rao, who always leads from the front by taking everyone into the loop. He deserves all the accolades for the success of this conference. I would say a round of applause to all of the dignitaries who have made this occasion. And thank you one and all for being part of this conference. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now the keynote address will follow. Now I request Dorothy Gordon to chair the keynote session of this conference. I think Dorothy Gordon does not require any introduction. She is a well-known figure internationally who has been working for the promotion of IFAP objectives for last so many years. So I request now Dorothy Gordon to chair the session.
Thank you, Professor Rao. This is a very interesting keynote address at a time when, as I said earlier, we're looking at how we can deploy technology to make it more useful to us and at the same time minimize the negative consequences. I'm very pleased to introduce our keynote speaker, John Shaw Taylor, who I've had the privilege of knowing for many years from my previous incarnation as the Director General of the India-Ghana Center of Excellence in ICT in Accra. And you can see his CV displayed here. And I hope that you can pull out from it that his expertise is in artificial intelligence. So, Professor Taylor, let me give you the floor. I'm looking forward to your speech and to engaging with you afterwards on some of the issues that you will raise. I know that you're going to be talking about learning technology, deep learning, predictive analytics, and artificial intelligence as an unsupervised creator of content. You have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Dorothy, and it's always been such a pleasure to work with you, and I'm very happy that you recall the long history of our collaboration, and I look forward to it continuing in the same vein. I'm going to share my screen, hopefully if I get it right. Can you see that okay? Can you see my screen okay? Yeah, okay, great. So as Dorothy said, I wanted to try to sort of highlight what I feel are some of the emerging potentials of artificial intelligence in the agenda that has been so beautifully put forward. And I'm really honored to have an opportunity to speak to this eminent group and to share some of my ideas, and also I'm looking forward to getting feedback. I should mention that, as Dorothy said, my primary affiliation has been as UNESCO Chair in Artificial Intelligence at UCL, but I'm also working as a director of IRCAI, the International Research Center on Artificial Intelligence in Slovenia. Slovenia is at the other end in terms of extremes of population, and I wouldn't want to work out the multiplication factor that would be needed to take the population of Slovenia to the number of graduates from Indian higher educational institutions, but it will be a large number. But it's a lovely country, and I'm very honored to be part of this center there, and indeed to be a Slovenian citizen. So what's new in the artificial intelligence framework? I think this is a kind of a slide that highlights what I think has been really something that's been in the making for many, many years. We've been trying since, well, way back in terms of, Leda Lovelace had the vision of how perhaps machines could exhibit some of the intelligence that humans have. And we've been working in, a number of, I think, not so successful attempts, but just recently there's been what I believe is a major breakthrough, and a natural barrier between human intelligence and its artificial counterpart has been broken. And perhaps, for my mind, the most extraordinary example of that has been the AlphaGo or AlphaZero, playing the really extremely sophisticated and complicated game of Go, and achieving a level that is beyond the greatest Go masters of all time. And indeed, actually humans are learning from the tactics that it has developed. This has been, I think, a complete shock to serious Go players, but also to, I think, anyone who has any even vague understanding of Go, and I won't pretend to be an expert in Go, but I understand that it is, a deeply complicated tactical game. And to have an artificial system able to play such a complex game at such a high level is really, I think, I would never have predicted that if you'd asked me, 10 years ago. So while it can be argued that playing a game is different from exhibiting common sense reasoning and gathering information from the real world, I think we would be foolish to think that the advances that are happening also in natural language processing are definitely showing that general intelligence is far less unapproachable than we might have supposed. So machine learning, I think, is the key that has transformed artificial intelligence. So previously, artificial intelligence has primarily been, addressed, or attempts have been made to develop artificial intelligence based on logical reasoning and logical deduction. And to be honest, I think it's fair, and I don't want to diminish the immense work and skill that has gone into developing these ideas, but they have not scaled beyond what are really toy examples. So what is it that machine learning does that has made a difference? It seeks patterns in data rather than look for logical connectives or inference. And I think that perhaps the best way to think of this is that if we turn an artificial intelligence problem into logical inference, we kind of throw out a lot of the aspects that might be useful. We kind of reduce it to its core components. There's this English expression that you throw the baby out with the bathwater. So by retaining the more nuanced information in the representations we have, we actually retain semantic information that can be used. For example, the patterns can be used to prioritize search, as is done in AlphaGo or AlphaZero. So humans are expert at rationalizing our actions after the event. And I think this is why we think of logical inference as being the key to intelligence. But actually, it's not so clear that we genuinely think in that way. And a lot of evidence from psychology is pointing the other way, that we are much more intuitive in the way we make decisions, or more, let's say, irrational, and that we are actually, where our logical strength comes in, is inventing logical reasons for what we did, justifying after the event. So perhaps that bias towards logical approaches is misplaced. So another example of where I think this idea of linking artificial machine learning to actually more logical structures and delivering a high level of artificial intelligence is this work that has gone into developing the OECD Artificial Intelligence Watch. Now, behind this, there's a system that's able to track news articles from across the world, identifying stories, linking the events that are actually talked about using AI, and not only linking different stories in the same language, but linking the stories across different languages. I won't say all of the more than 1,000 Indian languages, but certainly those languages that are represented on Wikipedia. So it's through Wikipedia that this leverage is made between different languages. It also identifies sentiment in the stories and allows humans to access and analyze a very rich source of global information. So here, artificial intelligence is delivering a huge richness of information to humans in a way that is far beyond, what we could access if we were just left to our own resources. So machine learning here is enabling a soft allocation to semantic topics. Automatically creating and populating a taxonomy is notoriously difficult. So again, machine learning is able to do this in a way that kind of bypasses logical inference and through linking to Wikipedia pages. And this creates a representation that enables meaningful communication with humans. So it goes beyond perhaps more, sort of straight deep learning applications. So we need to use AI to empower individuals for society's benefit. Exactly the sentiment behind the new society that you have created. And AI has the potential to enhance educational offerings and assist teachers. So the wide availability of open educational resources provides a rich source of educational materials available online. And we need to enable access to that through a cross-modal, cross-cultural, cross-lingual, cross-domain, and cross-site. And this has been the role of the EU-funded X5GON project. And here's some examples of the way in which it can present material. So we can search for a certain topic. It will return a number of items, videos, possibly PDFs from different locations. We can then look at the way in which the topics are covered within an individual video. You can see here, this is looking at where the particular search topic has appeared in the video, and that's shown with these yellow highlights, depending on the depth of the yellow, depending on the amount of reference. And these are the topics that are covered within this section of the video. and we can highlight them and see the definition from Wikipedia of those topics. So we can actually get a very kind of overview of the timeline of the video, understand the way, the narrative, if you like, of the video. And this gives us a much better insight into whether that's the video that is the one we are most interested in viewing. And then we can view in more detail. We can also create viewing sequences for sharing with as a teacher with a class, and order them as is appropriate, deliver sections of the video and so on. So this is, I think, showing a number of ways in which AI can be used. It's automatic transcription is happening, subtitling, cross-language search, also a language of knowledge is presented, and feedback from the learner can be used to identify the way in which prioritize things they may be interested in and identify areas of difficulty and their expertise, and hence refining the sequencing of material for individual interests. So what's next? I think it's important to think about what the potential for education is in a much broader way. And indeed, I think education is perhaps the key to unlocking all of the sustainable development goals. If we can educate our next generation of researchers and practitioners, we will actually open up the opportunities to solve, come up with novel and insights and solutions to many of the sustainable development goals. So how should we prepare? How should we equip the next generation to enable them to make the most of the opportunities that this technology can offer, and not be the victims of its potential for manipulation, control, misinformation, and so on? So I think here I would just quickly emphasize that I don't think, we should think of misrepresentation, control, manipulation as something new. It's there, it's been there from the beginning of time, probably. But I think what AI does, it enables scaling in new ways that have already been shown to be so frighteningly effective. But equally, AI can defend against such threats. So bias in recruitment has been exposed through AI, and a deeper understanding of fairness has emerged. AI can be used to detect fake news and other sources of misinformation. So, AI in itself isn't necessarily bad, but it can have bad effects, and we need to understand those and mitigate how they. So, what does the next generation need in terms of preparation? So, I think, and I'm speaking now to perhaps shooting myself in the foot as a computer scientist, I'm not so sure that the coding and computer science is so important, and certainly not as far as the majority is concerned. I think increasingly we're going to see automatic generation of software, making deep coding skills perhaps not as necessary as they have been in the development of AI systems. Indeed, we're already seeing that with TensorFlow. But what I do believe we need is a more sophisticated understanding of data science in the general population, and the ability to work with randomness, understand uncertainties, both in terms of understanding how AI works, but also in understanding how AI can be used to manipulate our thinking. So I believe those are vital. And we need to understand how we interact with such systems, because they're going to be an incredibly strong factor and influence, as indeed they already are. So we need to understand what AI needs from humans, which is again the issue around data. So I'm going to present maybe a slightly different perspective here on how we could think about working with AI. So humans have an innate ability to develop a theory of mind. This is a psychological concept that's been developed, which is really our way of understanding how other humans tick, how they work, and how we can interact constructively and creatively with them. And I think, I want to emphasize here, this is an incredibly sophisticated ability that all humans, or most humans have. And it's way beyond probably what artificial intelligence could do at the moment. But we do it through our just growing up. And a failure to develop this skill can manifest in more or less severe difficulties in adjusting to working in society. But what I'm suggesting is we also need to develop in our youth a theory, in addition to this theory of the human mind, we need to train young people to develop a theory of the artificial mind. In other words, to understand how artificial systems think, if you like, how to interact with them, and what is the difference between their operation and that of humans. So such a skill will require an understanding of computational thinking, but also an understanding of how artificial intelligences tick, gaining insights into what they can offer and what they cannot offer. And I would say that this must be embedded in a humanistic perspective. It's vital to build appreciation of our humanity that goes beyond mere intelligence. And I think here we've been thrown down the gauntlet because perhaps we have over-identified as intelligent beings. And artificial intelligence is forcing us to rethink that because, hey, artificial intelligences are already in many areas overtaking us. So what is it that we are as humans? And I believe it goes way beyond just mere intelligence. But also we need to make ourselves aware of the dangers when AI is used to manipulate or misrepresent, when this happens and how to defend against it. And so I'll finish by saying, I think we should empower individuals to use AI for society's benefit. We understand what it can offer through different applications, how AI might be used to address new problems that they encounter. And I believe that societies that can educate the next generation to take control of AI and be creative in its positive application will be those that will prosper the most. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Taylor. And can I just check with Professor Rao? Do we have time for some questions from the audience? Professor Shiva Prasad? You're on mute.
For keynote, generally we do not have questions,
I have a
but
question.
if you permit one or two, we can have. Time is there, I think.
Okay. I think that you've given us a lot of stimulus for debate, and I do encourage people to put questions in the chat. We may not be able to answer them, but we can record them as issues that have been raised that we need to address as a global community. I have been quite amazed by what I have been reading about the GPT-3 and the fact that it is a model that no one can control and that people are looking at how they can use it in many areas. For example, being able to create fake imagery as well as fake content. So it raises the issue, are there some technologies here that we should not use at all? Something that when released, and we know that, for example, that particular technology is not openly available yet. What do we do if we have a technological development that we see as innately harmful? Do we have any structures at the moment that would allow us to control this? So, Professor Taylor, if you could answer that question, and then we'll end the session.
Sure. Well, thank you for the question. So the closest we have to, let's say, so first, let me say, I think, technologies in themselves are typically not, either good or bad, but I think it's their application to a particular. So GPT-3 might be used to manipulate people or to create fake imagery, but in itself, it might also be used to, as I was saying, actually generate software for, useful purposes. So it can be a very positive technology in itself, but it also, as you rightly point out, could be used in, and then, this is not a new situation where we have a technology that can be used for negative and this is what typically international treaties try to do in terms of arms, let's say, management and so on, to prevent people developing technologies, let's say landmines, or a technology that is so damaging to human beings that it's been outlawed. Now, we're not at the stage where that's happening. The problem with AI is it's developing so fast that people are potentially making use of it in ways that would be negative, as we've already seen in terms of, say, influencing people, before we have an opportunity to take stock. And I'm worried that, in a sense, the technology is one step ahead always of potentially how it might be regulated. Now, the attempt to regulate through UNESCO's recommendation is in process and will hopefully be adopted in November at the General Assembly. And I think that's an excellent framework document. Of course, it's not legally binding. There is work going on within the Council of Europe, the CAHI group, to develop legally binding within the framework of the Council of Europe, treaties and agreements, which might be binding. But I believe the best defense we have at this stage, as I've suggested at the end of my talk, is the education of the general population to understand how they are being manipulated and to essentially, immunize them, let's say, in that sense, like, digitally against that manipulation. I think that's the best hope we have at this stage of pushing forward, but we should push forward on all fronts, of course. Absolutely.
Thank you so much, Professor Taylor, for that inspirational message. And I think that you touched on one thing that is very important for IFAP, that is countries working together at a regional level to come up with some of the regulatory instruments that are necessary here, even as they continue educating their populations to be able to understand better the implications of cognitive neuroscience in relation to artificial intelligence and Internet of Things and all of these emerging technologies that are at the heart of this conference and at the heart of the ethical debates that we are having. So thank you so much. I think I will hand over now back for the next session. Thank you, Professor Rao. Thank you, Professor Taylor.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor John Schwab Taylor. Though I don't know him personally, when I requested him to deliver keynote address, he has readily accepted it. And for that, I am very much thankful to him. And I am sure that his expertise, academic expertise in artificial intelligence will be a great source for us to take forward our consortium, GIAN for SG consortium. Taking this opportunity, let me also tell you that the first project that we want to take up under the consortium is a case study on AI ethics in different countries. So we have prepared a questionnaire which has been already circulated among a few members of the earlier conference. So now it will be shared by all the members of all the participants so that we can take final feedback and implement a survey on how technologies are being perceived in different areas of knowledge. This will be a very big project, and the outcome that we are expecting from this project is to prepare country-wise recommendations as well as global recommendations, and also to know how actually AI technologies and AI ethics and technologies in general are functioning and are being perceived in different countries, considering the socio-economic and cultural specificities of each and every nation. Thank you very much once again, Professor John, for your a great presentation. And again, I want to reiterate that we will work together in the consortium. Of course.
Looking forward to it. Thank you. Thank you. I'm looking forward to it very much.
Thank you. Of course, without Dorothy, we cannot move forward in IFAP activities. So I thank her for agreeing to chair, and also I thank her for giving message in the inaugural session of this conference. Thank you, Dorothy Gordon, for your support and for chairing the session. Thank you very much. Now actually we are running behind just 5 minutes, and I hope that the next chairperson, Eugenie Kuzmin, will somehow manage to within the given time the next session. Now we will have just 5 minutes break with cultural program.
On the meter.
Welcome back to the session one of this conference, the conference on multilingualism. I hope that all of you have enjoyed a little relaxed. This is the cultural dance, the dance of the Northeastern indigenous people. So we thought that it would be appropriate just to have a small cultural event that we'll be having in between the sessions in next 3 days. Now, I request Dr. Evgeny Kuzmin to chair this session. Just before handing over to him, I would like to mention that when the chairperson of the conference announces the speaker's name, immediately we will have a half-minute slide about the speaker, which will be read in 30 seconds by the by my colleague here from here. So while you are announcing the speaker's name, the slide will come. When you complete, by the time you complete announcing, the slide will be over. We quickly introduce the speaker. Okay, sir?
Okay, this is a very good innovation of your side, Tina.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Now I am handing over the virtual floor to you.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all, depending on where you are in the globe at the moment. First of all, I would like to congratulate the organizers of the conference on its very successful start. And I am very pleased, being an EFAP Vice Chair for Multilingualism, to welcome once again all organizers and participants on behalf of the Intergovernmental Council of the Information of UNESCO for All program, UNESCO major program in the field of communication and information. I think it is important to recall it again and again. In the frame of this international program, multilingualism, that is language diversity, both in real life and in cyberspace, is one of the 6 priority areas of activity. The uniqueness of this program is that it does not consider multilingualism in isolation, but in conjunction with 5 other important priorities, such as access to information, preservation of information, media and information literacy, information for development, and information ethics. It seems to me that it is great, both symbolic and political meaning, that all our conferences begin with a discussion on multilingualism. During the past 15-20 years, I witnessed how attitudes were changing towards these issues and how more and more people around the world began to realize that languages must be protected in every possible way. If earlier the importance of language problems was relatively little understood, today, both on an intuitive and a rational level, they are more and more felt as a paramount, often underlying new, acute, and vital problems that we all have been facing. What are languages in a broad sense, and why we are talking about their importance? Languages are repositories of knowledge. They are unique tools for comprehending, describing, and analyzing reality. Languages reflect the historical and social experience of peoples. They form a picture of the world. Languages are the main vectors of communication and transferring information between individuals, generations, peoples, and countries. And they are perhaps the most important tool for influencing the minds, moods, consciousness, subconsciousness of people, and ultimately their reactions, assessments, and what is happening, decisions, and behavior. The importance of languages is emphasized even by the fact that they are often used as instruments of ideological manipulation, cultural, political, and economic domination, separation, change of identity, not only of individuals, but also of entire nations. Languages are of great value to those who speak them or speak no longer, but feel a strong connection with their ancestors who gave birth to these languages, as well as with their other peoples. Based on such a broad understanding of importance of languages, it becomes clear that the issues of languages and linguistic diversity in real life and cyberspace. Pardon? I repeat, based on such a broad understanding of the importance of real languages, it becomes clear that the issues of languages and linguistic diversity, both in real life and cyberspace, in our dramatically changing reality, should be discussed more and often in the broad context of humanitarian communication, philosophical, historical, political, economic, social, cultural, ethical, psychological, educational, and other problems that exist and arise on the global, national, and local levels. Today, a very interesting program to discuss these problems are prepared by our organizers. We have a very good composition of distinguished speakers representing all thematic areas, or many thematic areas of language studies, and representing almost all continents, from India, Dominican Republic, Brazil, UK, Chile, and Spain. And it is my privilege to give the first floor to distinguished Professor Uday Narayan Singh, representing Amity University, India, with a very interesting topic to be covered, positive arguments against a multilingual policy. Please, organizers, you are going to present, some facts about the professor.
Professor Uday Narayan Singh, the Dean, Faculty of Arts and Humanities and Chair Professor, Amity University, Haryana, India, is an expert in linguistics, culture studies, and translation. He was the former director of Center Institute for Indian Languages, Mysore, and Pro-Vice Chancellor of Visva Bharati. He also played a key role in setting up National Translation Mission. Welcome, sir.
So,
thank you.
Please, the floor is yours, Mr. Singh.
Thank you, Chair. I hope my PowerPoint presentation is visible to all of you. I'm going to talk about the possible arguments against a multilingual policy. Total scenario of multilingualism. In a conference in Humboldt University, I talked about the various possibilities on multilingualism and the models. And this became a book later on called On Language Development and Planning, a Pluralistic Paradigm. And this was published in 1992, but it was basically a series of lectures in Advanced Institute, Shimla. They argued that multilingualism is an asset and not a burden. But we still hear from various quarters that the plurality of languages and cultures is the root cause for underdevelopment. Now, my thrust here would be to explore why such arguments are coming up again and again. Because otherwise, if you look at the European Union and UNESCO statements on multilingualism, you can easily see that rather than the monistic position of the various other agencies, other people might have propagated. Both EU and UNESCO documents shower praise on multilingual policies of various governments. And the basic thrust here is that languages unite people, render other countries and other cultures accessible, and strengthen intercultural understanding. We also remember Nancy Horwager's explanation that multilingual policies actually open up new world of possibilities for the oppressed indigenous and immigrant languages and their speakers. So this being the decade of indigenous languages from the UNESCO, I think this soliloquy that I am going to present today, are there benefits that override the advantages and justification for a plural linguistic policy, or the policy itself is in error? Now, to summarize my earlier work, it was an attempt from an essentially Indian perspective, because we in India, we have just heard that how many thousand languages we have. Now, you can easily see that it is necessary to visualize a different typology of language problems, redefine the concept of language problems, sharpen our understanding of what can be possible planning goals, and decide on strategies to be applied, and ultimately suggest a pluralistic language policy. Now, to my mind, 9 possible arguments can come up from hints, comments, talks, unspoken beliefs. One is the cost factor, the economics of language planning. Then there's an issue to check, are we to understand a multilingual person with a sum total of several monolinguals? Because I'm monolingual in Maithili, in Bangla, in Hindi, in English. Am I a sum total of all this? And what is the connect between what Chomsky talks about, ideal speaker listener, generative grammar paradigm, or the ideal competence or intuition of a native speaker? Or what do we mean by native-like command? Then the fourth point was the language studies had the arguments of standard versus deviations, pure versus vulgar tongues. These 4 arguments are there, which are against multilingual policy. Let me elaborate these arguments first. First, the cost-benefit analysis. Now, we know that management of a multilingual space is very expensive, very messy. What is done in one language by various activities, now you have to do in so many languages. So getting the researchers to work on gradation or material development sensitive to lexis, sentence pattern, rhyme, rhythm, imageries, not easy. And then training the teachers to handle multilingualism is another important challenge. So decision at the ground level will not be easy to operate. So second point was that is multilingual a sum total of many monolinguals? One could argue that. But if you pursue this line of argument, if a school teaches an individual in one of the many languages the individual knows, even if the language is not her mother tongue, it should be fine. After all, multilingual self is 1 + 1 + 1. So education managers quite often argue that if a student has some working knowledge of the other language, then it can be used as a medium of instruction. Let's go ahead. But imagine the difference between this gentleman or the lady who's educated in another tongue when the person comes to compete with the mother tongue speakers of those languages. That performance area is a problem. And this is exactly what Grosjean has called monolingual bias. And one assumes that monolingualism is the ideal and multilingualism is an aberration. Now, third argument, possible argument is who is the native speaker? Now, native speaker is expected to have ideal competence, ideal intuition. But real life, those of us who have done syntax, field work, or other kinds of work, social linguistics field work would know that quite often native speakers may also have very little intuition. Sometimes they have. There are some very good informants who have very good intuition. So the trap of comparative fallacy is what I would say, or this is exactly what Vroman also has warned us. problem is that we have normally benchmarked for any linguistic development the ideal competence of a native speaker, whereas that may not be so. And Sanier makes a very interesting observation in a paper called Who is a Native Speaker? He says native speakers do not always speak according to the rules of their standard national languages because they display regional, occupational, generational, sometimes social class-related ways of talking that make the notion of ideal native speaker controversial. So so-called native, non-native speaker who is teaching a language in a formal setting for a long time can actually teach that language very well. So it's a misplaced idea that we need a completely homogeneous speech community, which is a fiction. So that is another point here. Then the pure and the standard. Now this purity is an issue which is debatable because the system has been telling us that monolinguals were pure and multilinguals are deviant. The blame game goes toward the Tower of Babel. Now, apparently, in all religion, in all literature, religious literature, gods speak in a very completely unambiguous speech form. This is doubtful. Actually, gods must have been very multilingual. The ambiguities, the synonyms, confusions are creation of our linguistic tradition, human tradition. But that is something debatable. Because Farah Akbar has stated multilingualism in and itself is no panacea, it's not a solution. It's always a bounded contextuality. So I would suggest that we should really accept that multilingualism is here to stay. It's a natural plurality, it's a natural phenomenon. Now, next set of arguments, learning time issue. Now, wouldn't there be a wastage of learning time, learning efforts and talents? What you can do in one language, you're doing in multiple languages, not being focused. This is one question many people raise. Some other people raise the issue of multilingual policy and the questions asked by the surveyors. How can you count one and many at the same time? Look at the census of India or census of many other countries. They're counting single language mother tongue users, mother tongue speakers, and multilinguals through the same set of questionnaire. Now, this is a bit difficult because linguistic diversity prevailing in many nation states is a form of chaos requiring taming. That is something which you may question now. Because next argument is many minority language parents are also skeptical. This I understand. Parents would say that why shouldn't my ward be studying the language of the region or language of the nation or the international language? Why should there be a public multilingualism? This is a question that can come up. But there are some other arguments, and let's look at the counter arguments too. How would you guarantee freedom and democracy in a monistic world, in a singular world? Answer is negative. Shouldn't there be a respectable place for ideas on narrow nationalism? Tagore would say no, not here, not at all. Finally, the ninth argument was, what is the connect between the models we choose and the guarantee for smaller language speakers in the wealth creation of any type? There is no guarantee. So could we store information and knowledge in smaller languages and retrieve? Here, some people would come up and say, well, these smaller languages have no script and they are not really Unicode compatible. So how do you retrieve? How do you store? This is a very great problem and this is a mess. Now, let's look at the evaluation of plurality and oral languages. Orality is very important. Recall that in celebration of plurality and orality, Ferdinand de Saussure in Cours de linguistique générale took a position that writing has a corrupting influence on speech. And hence, in his scheme of things, oral has much more primacy than the written. Now, in a classic essay, Plato's Pharmacy, Derrida had also argued that Plato had a deep mistrust of writing, influenced by his teacher Socrates, who made a virtue of writing. Nothing. Now, once again, the basis of the belief is that written word has a corrupting influence on spoken language, and through that, on truth-seeking exercise of human reason. I come to smaller speech communities and writing it, then the question that one can raise is it a curse for the smaller languages and dialects to remain unwritten? Is it, or isn't it a boon for the dialects and speech varieties to remain largely spoken, because the spontaneity and the originality lies there? Must all languages be chiseled, polished, perfected, written? Now, if so, this reminds me of Ghalib's lines, Ishrate darya hai, Katra hai darya mein fana ho jana. To be consumed by the ocean is a droplet's ecstasy. Shall we look at it, look at the situation like this? Or is it true that there's also joy in being able to put our thoughts on a visual, virtual platform, even if I belong to a smaller language community? There is this a problem, a dilemma, which are important to resolve. More and more languages are slowly coming in the orbit of written word. Now, if you look at from Rousseau to Derrida, in grammatology, Rousseau admits first that speech writing opposition is like nature culture, philosophy and literature, reason, rhetoric, concept and metaphor. Then he claims that spoken language would always presuppose the possibility of writing, which is destined to be the only way human speech passes through from being natural to being cultural. Now, it is parallel to Rousseau in saying that the French music of his day had become unduly elaborate, ingenious, complex, and civilized, whereas Italian music of his time was still close to heart, full of passion, spontaneous, authentic, with intense vocal gestures. But this is the difference between melody and harmony. And I can take you that opposition to the written and the oral languages. So writing could be, if writing is a destiny of speech, or is it a technique of rendering spoken word? This is one question that can come up. A time would come when the speech community may resort to technology of writing. Otherwise, the words might remain submerged under millions of thought particles and disappear. As we all know, there is this disappearance of spoken word is one of the Hocketian 14 principles of language. And Rousseau and others were highly suspicious of writing, as they thought that that could be also used by people as an instrument of oppression, because in various powers and capacities may come into play to put these unwritten languages or oral languages, which are now gaining literacy, into some kind of a suppressed scenario. So should we leave smaller languages at the mercy of fate? In 1909, February 20, Italian poet Filippo Tommaso Martini had penned a futuristic manifesto, where at the turn of century he advocated rejection of past, bring in modernization, cultural rejuvenation. Why? Because of celebration of speed, machinery, violence, youth, and industry. That's a bit problematic, because unfortunately his manifesto also suggested cleansing and purification of languages, of people. So that we remember that very soon there was First World War and Second World War, and what happened. 100 years later, we may not agree with that, but all languages, including indigenous languages, today need the taste of fruits of development. That is true. So shall we write a new manifesto for the unwritten languages? I think this is very crucial. A more relevant question today would be, would the new manifesto like to create new genres, new narrative structures in defiance of the ways known so far in the written word? Because once we admit many oral languages into the written fold, they may bring with them a new kind of meter, new kind of poetry, new kind of songs, new kind of noises, and new art and aesthetics. That is something I would say overwhelmingly, yes, we should vote in favor of that kind of situation. So my recommendations are only two. One is all languages, including the indigenous and numerically weaker languages, have right to receive the fruits of modernization. Our policy planners would have to make them technology enabled. Is the first recommendation. And the second recommendation is new modes, channels, platforms be made available for indigenous languages to show or make heard their voices, their noises, melodies, and visuals, usually unknown to the so-called civilized languages. And these are the references that I have. Thank you very, very much for paying attention to me.
Many thanks, Professor Singh, for your vast and well-prepared presentation describing many aspects of multilingualism, both in the past and at present. Actually speaking, I was afraid in the beginning that your title is described as some opposition to multilingual policies will become a reality, but fortunately not. And now, in the end, I understand that we are fully aligned with you. So, within the FAP, and both at national level of the FAP member countries and international level, we are trying to develop an international framework for formulating noble multilingual policy, which will be enabling each individual to speak any language he or she prefers. Yesterday, I was back to Moscow from a very distant Siberian area, Mountain Altai, where the center of Altai family, Altai language families, and we hold a conference on how to preserve and develop Altai language, a language which for a language of a rather small community of 60,000 people, 20,000 people has Altai language fluent. And the target was how to mobilize linguistic community and to use modern organizational and pedagogical and computer technologies to strengthen and support these languages. And we are very optimistic about all this. I live in a country where all languages are supported and promoted, even despite how little they are. So, and I know that in many, many other countries at present, the similar actions are undertaken, and we are holding our conference on the eve of International Decade of Indigenous Languages. And I think that good real cooperation and experience exchange will take place between different countries, both successful, very successful, and less successful, in order to provide, better existence of small languages that were oppressed before. And we not all of us are going to leave these less spoken languages to the mercy of fate, as you told. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
Please participate in our IFAP conferences on language matters in future. We hold such conferences almost every year, and this conference is one of its bright example. Thanks again. Now, it is my best privilege to give the floor to two other distinguished experts, well known in the world for many years. One of them is Mr. Daniel Pimenta, representing Dominican Republic, and another one is João Oliveira from Brazil, founder, UNESCO chair of multilingual policies, linguistic policies for multilingualism. So now, please, organizers of the conference, say
Full
some
screen.
words about both distinguished speakers.
We welcome Professor Daniel Pimenta. He's the Observatory of Linguistic and Cultural Diversity on the Internet. He's a pioneer in cybernetics and the measure of space of languages on the Internet. He was awarded the Namur Award in 2008 for his comprehensive actions in the perspectives of a positive social impact of ICT. He holds a PhD in computer sciences. We welcome you, sir. Professor Gilvan Oliveira from Brazil. He's an associate professor at Federal University of Santa Catarina. He's currently the general coordinator of the UNESCO Chair on Language Policies for Multilingualism. We welcome you, sir.
Yes.
So, gentlemen, both Daniel and Gilwan, the floor is yours. Who will start speaking? Daniel, yes?
Yes, it's a good pleasure to meet so many friends and colleagues around my screen, and a special salute to Evgeny and to my colleague and friend Gilvan, who will make the second part of the presentation I am starting now. I suppose you are seeing my screen. So we are going to talk about the version 2 of a new approach to measure linguistic indicator in the internet with two strong messages. The first one is about the English on the web, and the second one is about the globalization of the language on the net. We are not talking of the consideration to meet the time requirement. If you are interested in methodological aspect, you can check the website I mentioned here. We've been working for a long time in the subject of measuring language with the support of Francophonie for the first study, and with the support of the Brazilian government through IILP and the multilingual chair of UNESCO for the second part. I'm going to go fast because I have a lot of information I want to give you. There is a big paradox about measuring language on the internet. The interest is growing while the capacity is decreasing. There were quite a few and many academic players at the beginning in the 90s, and today and for many years, the floor has been given to marketing companies which are not very transparent about methodology and where bias are very important. We are taking again our place here, and the concept we are using to measure language on the internet, which is really a big challenge, is to use as many as possible data sources on the internet. Anything we can measure on the internet, we use it to try to approximate the space of language. Since the indicators on language are extremely rare, the only one who is giving a lot and very good statistics is Wikimedia. So we need to use country figures and transform country figures into language figures. How we do that? We were weighting country figure with demo linguistic data. And then we use statistics, and we are deriving a set of indicators, paying at the difference to marketing company, paying very close attention to all the bias. So with some 400 sources and indicators, we are creating 6 indicators. Internautes, the percentage of speaker of each language on the internet as user, the percentage of content per language, the percentage of usage per language. Usage means subscription to platform, use of application, the percentage of traffic per language, and the percentage of interface accepted by language to application. And finally, what we call index is a measurement of the information society capacity of country transformed into language, e-government and so on. From that, we create 4 macro indicators. Power, which means the strength or the weight of a language on the internet, is the mean of the 6 indicators. Capacity is a power divided by the L1 plus L2 population. So it is an indicator independent of the size of the number of speakers, which allow to measure language intrinsically, their strength on the internet. And gradient It's kind of the tendency, the trend, because we divide power by the percentage of connected people. With what is new in this second edition, which is a better edition, we are using a not very cheap database, which is Ethnologue Language of the World, which is in the market the best demo linguistic data available, except the fact that there is no perfection in that field. Thanks to Ethnologue, which give also L2 data per country, how many speakers of second language per country, we are suppressing one of the major bias of the method on the first edition. We are using coherent multilingualism management, and from following Ethnologue data, we have 7 billion speakers on the world, mother tongue, and 10 billion speakers L1 plus L2, which means that 43% is the percentage of people bilingual or trilingual in the world. From that, and I don't talk about the method, we produce the result. In 2021, we see English keeping the decreasing close to 25%, Chinese keeping the increase close to 15%, Spanish is a very strong third place, and then Hindi appear on the first place, which was not the case in 2017, close to French, and following Portuguese, Russian, Arabic, and German. If you take the capacity, which is independent of the number of speakers, no big surprise, you will see the language of the countries which are very strong in information society. Israel, Finland, Holland, Sweden, and of course, English is present. Same with gradients. We don't give statistics about content productivity because our indicator of content is weaker because it is too much dependent on the excellent statistic of Wikimedia, but Wikimedia does not reflect the reality of the web, unfortunately. What are the bias we have on the method? There is a very strong bias, which are obliged to have. We take the percentage of connected people to the internet per country, the same for all language in the country. Spanish and Catalan have the same rate in Spain, and all Indian language are measured the same in terms of connected, and I'm sure it is not the reality. If we don't pretend comparing language within the country, and if we take big set of language with millions of speakers, the bias is acceptable. This is why we are only working on so far L1 higher than 5 million speakers. If we look at the bias for each of the indicators, we see a very strong bias, I explained, on contents. We still have a strong bias on traffic because we use Alexa, which is a tool to measure traffic, and we have demonstrated it is biased. It was biased against Asian country in 2017, they solved it. Now it is biased against European countries, that's life. And in terms of usage, we are biased because we use the big social network, number of subscribers of Facebook, etc., which has very Occidental bias. Here, I got a call to make to the numerous Indian colleagues in the room. In 2017, ITU says that 35% of Indian people were connected to the internet. In 2021, official data from statistical minister say it is 20%, and I think it's wrong because various sources say it's more than 50%. I suspect official source is only for fixed connection and not mobile connection. I am really begging anybody from India to help us to give the right figure because it is very important piece on the model. It determines a lot of the products. There are obviously many bias, but this is part of the normal indicator business as they are not too relevant. So this is a bias corrected figures. We believe that today 25% of the content are in English, 15% in Chinese, 7% in Spanish, 4% in Hindi or French, and so on. We are still working on the project with now the Francophonie support, and we expect before the end of the year to provide 330 language, L1 higher than 1 million, and to try to remove the remaining bias of the method. English on the web. the end of a bit. If you look at two curves, in blue, our observation curve since 1998, from 80% of the web in English to 25%, in red, what the media say about English in the web. During many years, they say it was 80%. Suddenly, in 2009, it dropped to 50%. And today, they say every year it's 50%. What happened in 2009, UNESCO published something about language on the internet, and it makes people more aware of the reality. These figures from the media don't come from nowhere. They come from some sources which are extremely biased. I will focus on the source they are using now, which is W3 Tech. If you see the history of W3 Tech measurement, they say English was 57 in 2011, and today it is 62%. If you look at Chinese, very low, it is following them, decreasing from 4% to 1%, which is totally absurd. So how come W3 Tech computes 62% of English content and we compute 25%? It's a huge gap. They cannot be so wrong. Yes, they do. And the reason is they do not pay attention to multilingualism. If you don't pay attention to multilingualism, you are creating a lot of mistakes on statistics, and unfortunately, this is very common. If you measure the world population when you compute L1 plus L2 statistics, you are making a mistake because you are forgetting 40% of L2 speakers. Your numbers are wrong, and it is hidden in the remaining part of the data. What happened with W3 Tech? They are doing a very nice job. I'm not attacking the companies. They make a daily language recognition in the 10 million websites quoted by Alexa as the most visited in the world. The home page, very important. Let's assume, which is not true, that the algorithms are not biased in favor of English. Let's assume, which is not true, that the 10 million, the top of the internet website more visited represents the reality of billions of websites. And let's focus multilingualism. If you want to measure language on the net, you don't compute home page, you compute all page. You cannot measure the same way a website with one page and a website with 10,000 pages. So this is the first mistake. The second mistake, what happens if there is some word in English in the home page, which is very common, the button, for instance, you compute it in English and you forget it was a Spanish website of 100 pages. Big mistake. What happens if the site, which is very common today, support many languages? Facebook, you can say, I want it in Hindi, in French, in Spanish. You are computing +1 for English, and in reality, you have to compute 42 languages plus 100. So the errors are huge. W3 Tech could suppress the error by checking all the language supported, by eliminating the recognition from few words, and by estimating the number of pages. Anyway, how come English has stayed unchanged during 14 years at 50%, while the percentage of English speakers on the internet have decreased from 32% to 13% today? While the exponential growth of Chinese, Hindi, Arabic, Turkish, Bengali, and many more was occurring exponentially in the time, and today they represent almost 30% of content. Impossible. I'm not giving now the floor to my friend and colleague Gilvan, and I will keep the screen to help him. Gilvan, it's your time.
Thank you, Daniel. Thank you, my friend Evgeny Kuzmin. Greetings from Brazil to all of you. As Daniel already said, we can see here a technology for measuring the presence of languages on internet. And it's a very important approach to make possible new research on multilingualism, to dialogue with the International Decade of Indigenous Languages on one side, and with the UNESCO Atlas of World Languages on other side. As you know, in this list of 133 major languages, only 3 languages can be called indigenous languages. Not because there are no other languages that are ethnical languages of small groups, but because many countries do not accept the label indigenous to languages, like China or like many African countries. Despite that fact, we can observe in these three languages, two from South America, Quechua and Guarani on one side, and Santali in India on the other side, a muster that can be researched on the presence of indigenous languages on internet. Next. On the other side, this research that was developed this year is connected with Portuguese. And just to give an example of possible research, we can see here languages that dispute the position 6 on the list. And these results of this research are officially taken by the International Institute of Portuguese Language and will have consequences for planning the presence of Portuguese on internet. So what we see here is the possibility of analyze clusters or sets of languages that are in similar positions and to see which are the best policies that they can conduct for including most of the speakers, for spreading content, for producing digital literacy, for example. Next one. A second example is that we can observe the same language on different countries. If we take again the example of Portuguese, a language that is spoken in 40 countries, with 9 countries that have the language as official, we can see that although the language is spread on 4 continents, 90% of speakers are only in one country, Brazil. But despite this fact, next one, what demographic provision shows, and demographic data, and that's the talent of this kind of observatory, that we can dialogue with other kinds of data. What demographic data is showing is that most of speakers of Portuguese will be Africans in 60 years. And this trend shows the importance of demographic growth in Africa for other European languages like French and English. And not only that, but even the fact, next one, please, that 42 languages, African languages, are already between the 133 major languages and 68 Asian languages. It means 75% of the languages in this list are Asian and African languages. No language is from North America and no language is from Oceania. And only 3 languages are from the American continent as a whole, 2 in South America and 1 in the Caribbean, the Creole from Haiti. So what is important in this position is that this approach allows us to see multilingualism from a very near position. For example, to ask what happens in these regions in the world in black, where you see very many millions of speakers of many languages, but that belong to few language families. In comparison to the regions in red, the North Hemisphere and the Americas, both sides will have the same number of speakers of languages, but in the black circles, you have as research question, how the growth of one important language of the family bring the possibility for speakers of other languages of the same family to participate on internet. Just because, as Daniel said, we must observe the world through multilingual eyes and not monolingual eyes. Last one. It's a fact accepted by many scholars that most of the increase of population will be only in very few countries, and most of these countries are in Africa, just to repeat this data. Next one. It's fact that the African languages are far behind in the power, capacity, and gradient data that we have collected, but increase of population will have an impact, we hope, in these connection rates and other indicators. Next one. So what we see and what this kind of technology allows us to see is a much more complex and regionally more plural multilingualism than the analysis of Gradle pyramid propose. So we don't have this very clear separation between languages, but a much more complex situation that can be observed through this connection between country data, language data, and internet data. Finally, the recommendations we would like to do is that it's of crucial importance now that ITU has ceased to provide estimated of percentage of persons connected to the internet, that every country organize a national surveys, for instance, the collect of this paramount information to follow the progress of a digital divide, which tends to transform into a language divide. And the second one, developed countries which national languages shall be invited to foster the localization of the other languages spoken in their territories, especially indigenous languages, so that the digital divide can be finished in all dimensions. Thank you very much.
It is my big pleasure to thank both our distinguished speakers, Gilwan and Daniel, for their profound, deep understanding of all differences in statistics and reality that happens in our multilingual world. And your work deserves the much wider recognition than you have and all of us have for the moment. We should promote results of your research for better understanding of what happens to all our active IFAP members and beyond. So now it is my again my pleasure to give the floor to the third speaker, Professor Richard Harvey from University of East Anglia, Norwich. Please, organizers, tell some words, a brief presentation of.
UK flag is कुछ भी न डचड़ा. Yeah.
Professor Richard Harvey from University of East Anglia, UK, is a professor of computer sciences, and he's also the Associate Pro Vice Chancellor of Admissions for his university. He is also an appointed professor at Gresham College, London. His research areas include problems in signal processing and artificial intelligence, where he has worked on problems in lip reading and machine understanding of humans. Welcome, sir.
You have to speak a little loud.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Mute, Manu.
Perfect. Thanks for having me. In one version of the program, I was attributed to the University of Salford, but I'm not at the University of Salford. In fact, I've never been so insulted in my life as being attributed to the University of Salford. I'm at UEA. And there's a sort of joke in newspapers that any headline that has a question in it has the implicit answer, no. But my contribution isn't like that. Of course, multilingualism is a practical reality, but I don't think it's quite in the way that people might imagine it. I perhaps should start my talk by acknowledging my background, which is in computer science and signal processing. So I thought it appropriate to acknowledge the sort of traditional tension between linguists and engineers. I once saw a talk given by Mark Huckvale, the UCL linguist, called the Speech Recognition World Cup, Linguists 0, Engineers 10, in which he pointed out that many of the assumptions made in classical linguistics turned out to be simply wrong. And the engineering approach of training statistical models have been far more successful. This is sort of Fred Jelinek's rather more pungent version of it. I don't agree with it, but I thought I would just acknowledge it as we go through the talk. I'd just like to say a few words about language death. The IFAP program chooses its words quite carefully on language death, actually, and states, I think, that multilingualism is important so people can be communicated with. But surrounding that statement are others. And I noticed Dr. Gordon, the IFAP chair, said online that if your language does not get online, then it is almost a death certificate. A similar and much quoted statement is here. If during the next century we lose more than half our languages, we also seriously undermine our chances for life on Earth. I mean, I'd recommend reading this report. It's quoted very frequently, this report, although it's difficult to find. I can't find a shred of evidence for this statement, I must admit. I don't think losing languages is threatening to the planet or animal life. I mean, it might be a bad thing, but I don't think it's very helpful to equate it to something that it is not. Language evolution is a natural part of human existence, along with cultural evolution. Another sort of unhelpful bit of literature is about English as the language of oppression. I don't know if you've come across any of these papers. There seems to be a sort of mental mix-up between colonialism and English. I mean, I don't know why that should be. I mean, there were French, Spanish, Russian, Portuguese, Dutch, Chinese, Greek, Phoenician colonies. They don't seem to get a mention. The English colonies get a mention. So just dealing with these quotes in order, I'm not sure I really know what the establishment is, and I don't really see why they should speak English. In fact, I don't know if you've read Simon Anholt's recent book, The Good Country Equation, where he meets lots of rulers of countries, but it turns out that the most despotic ones he meets are the ones who are less fluent in English. So I don't really find that very compelling. Neither do I find the idea that the use of one language is threatening to another. Actually, I can't find much evidence for that. I think the last quote has some truth to it. I mean, I guess if we replaced it with Latin and went back to the Middle Ages, that might be true, but I'm not sure where it gets us. The next set of my talk, I was absolutely dreading, actually, because I wanted to pick up the evidence for digital usage of languages. And I was dreading it because I could only afford 2 slides to do it. Unfortunately, we've just had 15 minutes of brilliant presentation saying exactly what I was going to say. So thank you, previous professors. That was beautiful to hear from. Thank you very much. And I'm now going to skip very, very quickly over my next 2 slides because it's not my specialism, but I can do it very fast, which is to say, I think there's some evidence that there is a bit of a digital divide online, and some languages seem to be thriving, and they're shown here in the green, and quite a few more seem to be rather borderline. And this is an analysis done by a guy called Kornai on Wikipedia, which has its own problems, as you've just heard about. What he claims in this paper is that you need vast numbers of speakers, really, in order to cross what he claims to be the digital divide. And I suppose the most compelling way I can put this is to think about Norwegian. You know, if you think about Norway, which has put huge efforts into putting Bokmål, which is one of the written forms of Norwegian, and Nynorsk, which is the other written form, on an equal footing, vast efforts are put into this. It's just a fact that even after all of that, Nynorsk isn't really cutting it as a digital language. Bokmål's doing very well, but Nynorsk isn't. And that is down to the choices that the users are making. And the other point I wanted to make, which is the internet no longer speaks English. This is a much more primitive argument than we've just heard, and it's taken from Wikipedia itself, and it's a number of editors on Wikipedia in various languages, and you can see the steady decline of English. So the two things that I sort of pick up really is that there is a bit of a digital divide with maybe 10 to 15 high usage languages online, but English, if it is dominant, its dominance is declining. Now, how to deal with this sort of spread of English? And there's an interesting paper, which I don't agree with, by Yukio Tsuda, called The English Hegemony and the English Divide, where he does usefully split up the approaches into three different approaches, which I'd like to talk about now. And the first one, which is the sort of de facto position, and highly politically incorrect, really, but it's the default, which is that, well, everyone switches to English. It's very illogical, but it does seem to be, I mean, why on earth you would choose English as a international language is quite mysterious to me. And I suppose in terms of its, if you're prepared to ignore the negative consequences, it has been remarkably successful approach. I cannot imagine forcing people to speak English is a very pleasant thing to do, and I certainly wouldn't recommend it. And I am the misfortune to be a native English speaker. The second approach was sort of hinted at in the last talk, and Tsuda calls this a global scheme approach. Well, it's basically legislation or coercion, really, to prevent English becoming dominant. We've got examples of these written on the slides here. In the country I'm in, the United Kingdom, we have this with regard to the Welsh language. There are certain laws that force certain corporate bodies to speak Welsh, even though they have no desire or competence to do so. And it's probably done with the best intentions, but it is, in effect, a mandatory approach to the speaking of a language, and therefore not popular. And then there's approach 3, which he calls multilingualism, which is a more committed approach to speak multiple languages. And I've just picked a couple of bodies that really seem to be very committed to that, both of which are well known to this audience. One would be the United Nations, which has 24 languages, of course, only 3 of them are procedural. The EU, which has 24 languages. Irish actually has just been downgraded, but might be upgraded again, I think, due to the difficulty of finding translators. And the UN, which has 6 official languages and really quite strict protocols, I would say, to try and force equal use of all languages. There have been resolutions at the UN on multilingualism since 1946. So let's have a look at how they're doing. So here's a graph taken from the mandatory report of the Secretary General on multilingualism. And what they've measured here is the number of pages on the UN website, not internal pages. So they're not pages used by the Secretariat, which has only 2 working languages, English and French, nor the Economic and Social Council, which has the working languages of English, French, and Spanish. These are external pages designed to appeal to all of us. I think it's quite a shock, actually. Here is an organization that spends a lot on multilingualism and is very committed to it, and only 1/4 of its material is accessible to Chinese speakers, and only 1/3 to Russian speakers. And people complain that the Chinese and Russian governments don't show a unified front in UN resolutions. I mean, it's hardly surprising if the organization doesn't bother to speak its own language of its people. So I think there's a clue here that multilingualism is, as it's conventionally practiced, really very challenging. And one of those challenges we have just heard talk about earlier on today, which was it's very expensive. The EU translation service costs about €500 million a year. I couldn't readily find the costs of the UN translation service, so I've just picked something. I've just picked the Welsh again because it's easy to find data on it, because in this country people are always complaining about it, and there's lots of freedom of information requests that tell you how much we're spending on Welsh. and it's not insubstantial. I'd just like to dwell briefly on the political cost of multilingualism, and I think these were brought out very nicely earlier on today. I would say forcing people or entities to speak a language is unpopular, and it works both ways. I mean, the world's full of warriors who sort of decry the French government's war on, say, Occitan, or Singaporean sort of rather heavy-handed promotion of Mandarin Chinese over more local dialect. The inverse, though, which is forcing, I don't know, a university in Wales to speak Welsh, even though it has no Welsh applicants, is regarded as okay. There's a sort of, it's all right to force corporate bodies to speak languages, but it's not all right to force individuals. I think that's a bit of an issue. I think the real issue, however, is that high quality translation just takes time and money, and translation offers sort of more opportunity for noise and distortion, either through error or through malice, I suppose. This is an example of a sign in Welsh, and it's difficult to translate the Welsh underneath because it's garbage really, but it probably translates as bladder inflamed overturn. Now, this is an official government sign put up in order to help improve the cyclist's safety. And because there are so few speakers of Welsh, no one spotted the error, very common problem. So what to do? Okay, I can explain what I think we should do very fast. So this is a sort of Shannon Weaver communication model for typical idea transmission, and we've got a source on the left, and ideally, the source writes that down in written form or speaks it in acoustic form or uses sign or something, and we're all familiar with that. That's an errorful process, and then the reader or the listener transcribes it into ideas, and that's an errorful process. So we've got errors of inference and errors of implication in that. And then when we have to deal with cross language, we have this box called a translator in there. And I think in most people's thinking, in most of the literature, the translator is sort of the property of the person creating the ideas. And that's because translation is expensive. So I've coded all of those as pink. And I think really, in practical terms, we're moving to a situation where the translator has to come over here, and the translator has to be under the control of the receiver and not under the control of the transmitter. And that has a few consequences, but the obvious one is that if you are going to accept that, and I think there are very good reasons to accept that based on cost and political control and choice, then essentially you are forced towards automatic translation. And although it's not perfect, I think we've reached a point now where certainly speech to text outperforms humans in a fairly general way, and in favorable language pairings and in favorable domains, machine translation is probably as good as humans. It's not as good as humans across the whole gamut of content, but it's getting there. So I would argue that it is becoming a practical reality. So I think there are about 16 effective machine translation systems out there at the moment, and many of them are free. And frankly, it's the only way I can see out of the multilingualism sort of puzzle, which is, I think it's important that people do communicate in a language that they feel comfortable with. There's plenty of evidence to say that it's good for people when you do that, and it's good for society when you do that. But the only way you can really put translation in the hands of the citizens is to use machine translation, which I have abbreviated here in the conventional way as MT. So just in case there's any doubt about my argument, I am saying it's important that people should be able to use their native language, but I'm placing a sort of responsibility on everybody that interacts with the person to use their language is highly impractical. So if we're to avoid multilingualism becoming a sort of woke rallying cry without any practical action, and I think it's too important for that, then we have to embrace machine translation. And that leaves me my two policy recommendations. national governments and NGOs should invest heavily in the enablers for good machine translation. Now, the good news is, that's really recently become just sentence pairs. But I think there's quite a lot of merit in the more formal bits of data, the dictionaries, corpora, pronunciation dictionaries, and so on. And I commend that really on the basis of a gift to future linguists, because I think it's really interesting to understand languages, but it will also help machine learning. And I think the second one was alluded to right at the beginning of this talk by John Shaw Taylor. I think we really need to think carefully about protocols for when machine translation is unacceptable, and humans, with all their faults, should be used instead. I saw a lecture by a professor of safety critical systems recently, and I pointed out that there may be a point when robot cars were safer than humans. He was completely unmoved by this argument. He said rather sternly, when lives are at risk, he said, machine learning is unacceptable. I'm not sure that's right. I gave you an example of a Welsh road sign a few slides back. I mean, honestly, if that's what human translators can do, then give me machine translation any day of the week. Thank you.
Many thanks, Mr. Harvey, for your profound, very interesting, sophisticated paper you presented on different aspects of multilingualism in cyberspace, political realities. You are quite right. English dominates in all spheres of our life, in business, politics, tourism, fashion, art, and so on and so on. And this is an only language which is fully equipped with all modern language technologies. And translation, machine translation is very positive through English or from English into other languages and vice versa. And of course, it is not sufficient and not satisfactory, as we say, about another pairs of languages. So the task is to work on other languages for translation from, for example, from French into Italian, or from Spanish into Russian, and so on and so on. And the topic is on the ground, in the foreground of our discussion. Now it is the turn to go to another speakers who are representing Chile, or the topic of Chilean languages is these are Mr. Andrew Filo-Mingaras and Rajiva Ranjan, who will be speaking about multilingualism as a challenge for the Chilean reality. Please, organizers, introduce both speakers.
Dr. Andrew Filo-Mingaras is an associate professor at University Católica del Mall, Chile. He belongs to the Faculty of Education. He is currently the director of the PhD program in education. His research area includes ELT, language pedagogy, and initial teacher formation. Professor Ranjiv Ranjan from University Católica del Mall, Chile, belongs to Faculty of Education. He also works as postdoctoral researcher at the same university. His research area include the field of language pedagogy and teacher education. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much, organizers, for this introduction. And now the floor is yours, Mr. Filo-Mingaras and Mr. Ranjan, who will be speaking.
Yes, bonjour, buongiorno, namaskar, vanakkam, assalamu alaikum. It's indeed a great pleasure to be part of this platform and this conference three-day international conference organized by University of Hyderabad and UNESCO chair. And thanks once again to Professor Prabhakar Rao. As always, he rocks. Multilingualism, a challenge for Chilean reality. Myself, Dr. Andrew Philomen Raj, and my colleague Ranjiva Ranjan from Universidad Católica del Maule. We are happy to share on what we have researched, and the following is a brief presentation on this particular topic. There are many definitions. Sorry, by the way, we have thought of carrying on this presentation, covering up under these topics. It's not specific in the presentation, but as you go through, you will see that there's a kind of link from one topic to another. There are many definitions of multilingualism, and one of the author, Mr. Lee, defined a multilingual individual as, quote, anyone who can communicate in more than one language, be it active through speaking and writing, or passive through listening and reading, unquote. And another definition, well-known definition on multilingualism, was given by the European Commission: the ability of societies, institutions, groups, and individuals to engage on a regular basis with more than one language in their day-to-day lives. These definitions of multilingualism are relevant for discussing some of its dimensions: the individual versus social dimension, the proficiency versus use dimension, and the bilingualism versus multilingualism dimension. Multilingualism, as all of you are well aware, is a common phenomenon all over the world, given that there are almost 7,000 languages in the world and about 200 independent countries, according to a research carried out by Lewis in 2009. It's estimated that some 60% of the world population is multilingual. Today, bilingualism or multilingualism is a norm rather than an exception. Several factors have contributed to the current visibility of multilingualism. Among them, globalization, transnationalization, mobility of the population, and the spread of new technologies are highly influential in different political, social, and educational contexts. Aronin and Singleton, talking about the historical and contemporary multilingualism, cluster it into three main areas. One being geographical, that in comparison with the past, multilingualism is not limited to geographical closed languages or the specific border areas or trade routes. It's a more global phenomenon spread over different parts of the world. Mentioning on the social aspect, multilingualism is no longer associated with specific social strata, professions, or rituals. It's increasingly spread across different social classes, professions, and sociocultural activities. In terms of medium, in the past, multilingual communication was often limited to writing, and mail was slow. In the 21st century, because of the internet, multilingual communication is multimodal and instantaneous. In terms of Chile, bi and multilingualism are also the reality in North and South America. In this context, Chile is often regarded as a homogeneous and monolingual Spanish-speaking nation, especially when compared to other countries in South America. The Chilean state legally recognizes the presence of 9 etnias or pueblos indígenas, indigenous ethnicities or peoples, which offers a multilingual setup. However, surprisingly, there's a limited amount of language legislation, most of which focuses on governmental plans to make Chile bilingual by 2030. On to you, Ranjiv.
Thank you, sir. Hello to everyone. And well, continuing the presentation. Well, according to Larraín and Donoso, the questions of national and ethnic identity in Chile have been researched from the anthropological and historical perspective. But there are very few studies to date that have addressed the role of languages, be it national, indigenous, and foreign, in the political and social dynamics in the country. Indigenous languages are made visible and not given proper attention, while English and Spanish occupy Chileans' elite bilingualism dream, which is not in tune with UNESCO's proposal, or for that matter, IFAP on multilingualism. Well, talking about Chile further, Chile has 4 living indigenous languages: Aymara, Quechua, Rapa Nui, and Mapudungun. 3 languages are extremely vulnerable, which are Licantai, Licanantay, Kaveskar, and Yagan, and 2 communities that have definitely lost their languages, the Diaguitas and the Coyas. In the Chilean context, the use of indigenous languages is not regulated properly, and Spanish is considered to be the de facto official languages. The data provided in the UNESCO International Literacy Day conference on the languages in danger of disappearing, and at the same, the no opportunity of education in language they speak or understand, affecting not only the quality of education, but learning throughout the life, is a reality that has marked Chile's life. Well, linguistic diversity is increasingly threatened as more and more languages disappear. Well, you can see on the screen, this is a tweet by Government of Chile in 2020 celebrating Mother Language Day on 21st February, and the reality of the indigenous languages in Chile. On an average, 1 language disappears every 2 weeks, taking with it an entire cultural and intellectual heritage. In the tweet, people are invited to promote multilingualism and cultural diversity, transmitting and preserving the traditional knowledge and culture. Well, to our mind, this seems to be paradoxical in a way, because on one hand, the government is trying to promote the multilingual setup and indigenous languages in the country through various legislation, which are kind of weak in nature. But on the other, it has not included this important aspect, which is the linguistic policy in its constitution. Therefore, in our opinion, this has not been so effective and fruitful because of loose legislation. Chile is a country with non-intervention linguistic policies without going into much depth. There are no legal provisions or significant measures on the part of the central government to make real changes in the linguistic reality of the country. The measures taken by the government are taken by institutions that do not have enough political and economic weight to make the changes they intend to make. There is hardly any linguistic law in Chile, while the exception of Law 19,253, which was adopted on 5th October 1993, known as Ley Indígena or Indigenous Law, which contains several provisions concerning indigenous languages. Even the 1980 Constitution does not contain any linguistic provision. Some laws refer to the use of Spanish, but linguistic issues are not the focus of these laws. The current constitutions of 1980 does not contain any linguistic provisions either. And in general, one can perceive the language-related issues are not a relevant topic in Chilean legislation. Here in this slide is just to give you a glimpse of historical trajectory of some of the linguistic laws in Chile. For example, the first law of 17,439, providing no artistic performance, and then we have the organic constitutional law on education, in which the Article 13 mentions the general objective that the learners must achieve, including that of expressing themselves correctly in Spanish in oral and written form. Law number 19,253, which was adopted in 1993, as I have mentioned, which is called Indigenous Law. This law, in a way, it says the promotion and creation of chairs of history, culture, and indigenous languages in higher education. And specifically, Article 32 of this law seems particularly relevant as it deals with the bilingual intercultural education. And similarly, there are some few more laws which does not talk about the linguistic diversity in a way, but somehow just here and there, they have some laws regulating the use of the languages. For the one decree number 280, there in the introductory section, it is mentioned that Chile being a multicultural and multilingual country, there is a need in which a diversity of culture and linguistic system converse. And this document cites 8 indigenous peoples enjoying state protection for whom the existence of people is considered to be an essential part of the roots of the Chilean nation. Thus, this linguistic policy is not spelled out in any specific law, but in small number of non-linguistic laws containing provisions on indigenous languages. And in addition to that, we can also see that in terms of education, the instruction in an indigenous language is not compulsory, but optional to the schools. And I would also like to mention here that in Chile, recently last year, there was an election and a constituent assembly has been formed to draft a new constitution. And we are, we hope that in the new constitution, the aspect of multilingualism is considered when we have the president of the constituent assembly being from an indigenous population. Over to you, sir.
At the opening session of the conference, UNESCO Assistant Director General for Education, Ms. Stefania Giannini said, quote, "The relationship between globalization, digitalization, and languages is paradoxical. On the one hand, with the human mobility on the rise, people are increasingly exposed to multiple languages and use more than one language in life, work and learning. The reality today is that about 2 in 3 children grow up in multilingual context," unquote. But globalization is also a threatening diversity, acting as a powerful force towards uniformity. It is this trend that we must counter for multilingualism to flourish through concrete policies within and beyond the education sector. The work of the French socialist Bourdieu has been extremely influential in the development of post-structuralist critical approaches to the study of multilingualism. Bourdieu viewed linguistic practices as a form of symbolic capital. Language varieties that are legitimated by the social groups in power are more valuable forms of symbolic capital. Institutions, and particularly education, are crucial to reproduce legitimacy. Bourdieu's theories have stimulated research that critically analyzes discourse practices so as to identify the socio-political implications of the use of different languages. Research in this area has proved that the use of linguistic resources can be constrained by institutional ideologies and how linguistic practices represent power relations, as mentioned by Gardner and Martin Jones and Keller in 2012 and 2007. An interesting feature of this line of research is that multilingualism is seen as a socially constructed phenomenon where languages are sets of resources rather than as fixed linguistic systems. Globalization has increased the value of multilingualism. Speaking different languages has an added value. As Edwards, in his research in 2004, pointed out, speaking English can be necessary, but the ability to speak other languages nonetheless ensures a competitive edge. It is worth mentioning that language, as well as being a social instrument, is one of the transversal elements in educational subjects, since it constitutes a platform on which the general education is based. Language also allows to access different forms of the reality, wherein lies values, attitudes, cultural features, personal interrelations, which are foundational for the building up of the society and learning. Education should be understood as a process of formation and empowerment of individuals, creator of efficient responses to the new conditions imposed by globalization. This involves discovering and enhancing the capacities and skills of educators and learners under the concept of integral development to enable the successful insertion of the individual in a positive attitude towards life and society. It is a universally accepted fact that language is just one of the many factors that can contribute to the delivery of the quality education. Yet, while there are many factors involved in delivering quality basic education, language is clearly the key to communication and understanding in the classroom. Multilingual and multicultural societies exist through languages, which transmit and preserve traditional knowledge and cultures in a sustainable manner. The International Mother Language Day 2021 theme, Fostering Multilingualism for Inclusion in Education Society, recognizes that languages and multilingualism can foster inclusion and that the Sustainable Development Goals focus on leaving no one behind. Education based on the first or mother tongue should start from the earliest years of schooling, as early childhood care and education is a foundation for learning.
Thank you, sir. Now we are in the last part of our presentation where we are kind of proposing two policy, proposals. Well, indeed, according to Harbison and Myers, education is one of the fundamental pillars in the development of human resources by which a country could advance towards development. Considering this, we would like to propose the following two policies to the Hyderabad Declaration, one based on our vocation as academics and another proposal on socio-political condition given the historical changes that have taken place in Chile, which constitutes an excellent opportunity to protect multilingualism, one of the priority areas of UNESCO's Intergovernmental Information for All program, IFAP. The academic proposal is that history is always written and rewritten by power structure, but our job as a teacher is to sensibilize students to intercultural communication, developing critical thinking, a spirit of questioning and analytical skill in them as a holistic approach to multilingualism. This is our first academic proposal. And the second one, which is a kind of socio-political one, is to recognize linguistic and cultural diversity and thereby promote authentic multilingualism in the construction of a new Chile. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, gentlemen, for your very interesting presentation describing the situation in Chile and beyond, and for your very valuable proposal concerning elaboration of international language policies to promote multilingualism. Now we have two presentations left. The first one is by our distinguished colleague from University Pompeu Fabra, Barcelona, Spain, Mr. Vicente Clement Ferrando. Please introduce him.
Professor Vicente Clement Ferrando from Spain teaches at University Pompeu Fabra, Barcelona. He is the research coordinator of the UNESCO Chair on Language Policies for Multilingualism, with a PhD degree in Political and Social Sciences from Department of Political Social Sciences. His research areas include political discourse analysis, immigration, integration, nationalism, multilingualism, identity politics, and cosmopolitanism. Welcome, sir.
Thank you for this introduction. Vicente, the floor is yours.
Spasiba, Professor and dear Evgeny Kuzmin. Dear all, I'm trying to share my presentation. Can you all see it? I hope you can. Yes. Right. Well, it's a pleasure to be here. I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to this event. As you can see on the screen, let me make it bigger. That's perfect. I've entitled this presentation, Technology at the Service of Language Sustainability. And the goal of my presentations is to triangulate the debates on technology, sustainable development, and more specifically, how we can incorporate languages in the concept that I call linguistic or language sustainability, as you can see here on the screen. I've divided the presentation in three parts. The first section, I will provide a general overview of the current debates on the Sustainable Development Goals and how technology has been incorporated into the goals. My section number two would be on language sustainability and to highlight the importance to put technology at the service of sustainable development. And the third will be, I will offer some recommendations on how to make a positive use of technology to promote linguistic diversity. I'm very happy to see that the previous presenters have already talked about and have already given some recommendations about it. So I will try to complement this element. Okay, so let's start on the section number one. Today, we've witnessed an increasing number of debates regarding the urgent need to adopt a sustainable approach to development. Development mean environmental, social, rural, or any type of development. Just to trace back on the debates, in the late 90s, we had the Millennium Development Goals, which offered a new approach to growth and prosperity. And these goals unfortunately were not reached. So in 2015, they were transformed into today what we call the Sustainable Development Goals and the Agenda 2030. The result, 17 concrete goals containing 169 targets geared towards achieving a more sustainable and equitable world. What about my question now that I'll try to answer is, what about the place of technology in the Sustainable Development Goals? As you can see here on the screen, the technology for the goals is well integrated into the 2030 agenda, not only through goal number 9, which talks about industry, innovation, and infrastructure, but also through the technology facilitation mechanism and its science, technology, and innovation forum. There is therefore a well-established understanding that the digital technology can help drive progress for all goals, and it may be essential to harness this potential to reach the 2030 agenda. In other words, or in sum, technology is key for the achievement of all 17 goals. Let's now turn into linguistic or language sustainability. What about linguistic sustainability in the development goals? Technology is directly linked to sustainability, but how can we speak about it? The goals, the Sustainable Development Goals, make no explicit mention of languages or linguistic diversity and do not refer to the concept of language sustainability. How do we then define the concept of language sustainability? Let's start first with the idea or the concept of sustainable development. The concept does not negate the development and the desire for improvement of human societies, but at the same time, wishes to maintain the balance with nature. So it means that we do not wish to destroy nature in order to grow. If we apply that concept to language sustainability, it's the same logic. Language or linguistic sustainability accepts intercommunication in a dominant language, like I am doing right now in English for all of you, for wider communication, which is needed, like this concrete example, but yet it calls for further development of human linguistic groups. In other words, no one must give up their language and must be functional for their daily activities in their native language. In the general sustainability framework, we think and act in ways intended not to destroy, as I said before, our natural context. In linguistics, in the linguistic sustainability approach, we want to develop ourselves and intercommunicate with each other without destroying the linguistic and cultural resources that identify us. So linguistic sustainability is about valuing and protecting linguistic diversity, not as an anthropological curiosity, but because of the intrinsic and value of the dignity of human persons and society. Language sustainability, in sum, is a social sustainability. The question to move on with the debate is, what is the link between sustainable development goals and linguistic diversity? And how can technology become the link between the two? In other words, how can we triangulate these three elements? At the end of 2019, UNESCO presented the strategic outcome document of the International Year of Indigenous Languages 2019 and provided an overview. These are the main conclusions reached by this report, which I will summarize as follows. First, languages are not detached from social sustainability. Languages and linguistic diversity and multilingualism are crucial for peace, development, and reconciliation in our societies. The second conclusion is that languages are a transversal issue. They are about recognition, about well-being, about participation in all spheres of life: culture, education, politics, economy, environment, and other domains. So languages, as I said before, are a transversal issue. Conclusion number 3 of the report talks about that languages must be linked to progress, to future, to well-being of people. So in the past, we've tended, or the world has tended to leave minority language users behind. So it is time within the framework of the 2030 agenda to put minority language users at the core of the agenda. And conclusion number 4, which is the one that links us to today's debates, digital technologies, and in particular language technology content, play a growing role in influencing social and societal development. So the report encourages member states or states to remove barriers that impede the availability of new technology to regional or minority languages. As a summary, language is a cross-cutting issue that embraces all spheres of life, and technologies are becoming more and more the channel of communication. Moving on to the debates, as my colleagues, Daniel Pimienta and Gilvan Müller de Oliveira said before, English is less widely present on the web, as you can see here on the graph. And I think these graphs complement also what Gilvan and Daniel commented before. But there is a problem with this. Linguistic diversity on the internet is multilingualism that is limited to a handful of major world languages supported by machine translation to the detriment of a great majority of smaller languages. I think Mr. Pimienta and Mr. Müller can also give us more information about this. So the fear that we have now is that dominant languages, yes, they're more and more present, but they exclude others from the web. Some milestones, moving on to the debates. In 2005, the United Nations mandate created the figure of the Special Rapporteur on Minority Issues with the goal of monitoring, analyzing, and identifying best practices in the promotion and protection of minority languages. The mandate of this Special Rapporteur complements other work of the UN bodies, such as, for example, the Forum on Minority Issues or the International Decade on Indigenous Languages. So we have more information here on the link that I've provided here. Let's now move on to the European level. We have the Council of Europe has committed to the protection of national minorities, mainly through 2 main legally binding mechanisms. One is the European Charter for Regional or Minority Languages, and the second is the Framework Convention for the Protection of National Minorities. However, we have a problem. Many minority communities feel that the support for their language has come to a deadlock. Out of the 47 member states of the Council of Europe, today we have 47 members in the Council of Europe, only 25 have ratified the Charter. Ratification means that they will comply with the requirements set in the Charter. So there's a feeling of stagnation. There's a feeling of no progress being made on the protection and promotion of minority languages. As stated by the current chair of the Committee of Experts of the Charter, the number of states, and I'm quoting now, has stagnated. There are even member states of the Council of Europe where regional and minority languages are spoken, which have not yet ratified the Charter. Some questions to think about, or maybe in the debate here in this framework. What is the current situation in the protection of rights of linguistic minorities? Will the International Decade on Indigenous Languages serve to make progress in the rights of minorities? Are these international instruments really effective, or are they just political rhetoric? Or in other words, also, how can technology help in this endeavor? The future of our languages depend to some extent on their presence in the new digital media. Because why? Because young people communicate and seek information mainly via the internet. Professor Harvey said before, if your language, and I'm quoting because I wrote it down here, if your language is not online, it's like having a death certificate. Or in other words, your language becomes not dead totally, but digitally extinct. However, digital technology is not necessarily a death certificate, as Professor said before, or a death sentence. It can also be a rescue kit. Why? We have online education, online language learning, and language technologies, and these technologies can help revitalize minority languages. Now I will move on to the final part of my presentations with 5 recommendations on how to make progress on the recognition and promotion of linguistic diversity on the internet, or digitally, actually. First, we need legislation at the state and regional level to ensure that lesser used languages have the digital provision required to function in the digital era. Citizens must have the right to access the information, the official information, also in their own languages, including a minority original language. The second recommendation is that international treaties protecting regional or minority languages must incorporate protocols added so that to ensure that the digital provision of public sector services in our languages. Why? Because the international treaties were drafted, those that I mentioned before, in the late 90s and early 2000s. And so the subject of digital technologies were not covered at that moment. So there's a wider gap between majority and minority languages. Why? Because these international treaties, legally binding treaties, do not cover, do not talk, or do not tackle the digital world. The third concrete recommendation would be to use the framework of the International Decade of Indigenous Languages as an opportunity. What should we do? To develop regional surveys on the status of language technologies and resources for all languages. Daniel Pimienta and Professor Gilvan Mula talked also about the importance of research on this front. The fourth recommendation will be, again, long-term research and development and innovation in funding programs at all levels, local, regional, state, and also at bigger regions. So in order to reduce the technology gap between the big languages and the small languages. And the fifth and the last recommendation would be that all administrations, being state, regional, or local, improve the access to online services and information in lesser used languages. In some regional or minority languages should not be considered as a museum language, only useful in the past, and technology can be highly useful to revitalize them. Sustainability means going local when there is no need to go international. So, for example, local food, local products, and also local languages when communication is at a local level. Sustainable development equals to social development. Languages are at the core of our society. In sum, all language policies are social policies. Thank you very much. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Vicente, for your usually profound, thought-provoking, and politically panoramic paper with many sharp and fair questions raised. And the most important is, for me, is if a decade of indigenous languages will support and help, promotion and safeguarding of languages, or it will remain politically rhetoric. So now we have only one presentation left by distinguished representative of Russian Federation, the founder and scientific leader of very famous in Russia Institute of Applied Semiotics, based in Kazan, the capital of Republic of Tatarstan, one of the very important members of the Russian Federation. Please introduce, Mr. Professor Javdet Suleimanov.
Professor Suleimanov from Russia. He teaches at Kazan Federal University, Academician of Tatarstan's Academy of Sciences, Scientific Supervisor of Research Institute of Applied Semiotics of the Academy of Sciences of Republic of Tatarstan. He's the chief of the Tatarstan Department of Russian Association of Artificial Intelligence. His research areas include artificial intelligence, computational linguistics, Turkic languages, e-education, natural language processing systems. Welcome, sir.
Professor Suleimanov, the floor is yours now.
Well, it's okay.
It's okay.
Yeah. Dear colleagues, dear chairman, distinguished participants of the charming conference, I am really inspired by all of the presentations above. And I thank the organization committee, especially my friends, professors, Rao Prabhakara and Evgeny Kuzmin for this invitation. And let me present my report. My report, Multilingual Software and Linguistic Resources for Language Interaction and Intelligent Knowledge Processing Systems. Research on this topic began at the Kazan University in the late 70s. On this slide shows the prehistory of the formation of artificial intelligence and mathematical linguistics at Kazan University. Kazan University has long been famous for its mathematical and linguistic traditions. Nikolai Lobachevsky, the founder of non-Euclidean geometry, studied at Kazan University and was rector for 25 years. The founder and head of the world-famous Kazan Linguistic School, Audouin de Courtenay, worked at Kazan University. And obviously, on the basis of the symbiosis of schools, mathematical and linguistics, a new scientific direction, mathematical linguistics, couldn't fail to emerge and successfully develop at Kazan University. And obviously, the university couldn't stay away from an extremely important direction of research and development, the use of national languages in computer systems, the creation of linguistic resources and NLP systems in order to study and develop national languages. At present, practically all the necessary programs and linguistic resources have been developed for the Tatar language to ensure the functioning of Tatar language in cyberspace. A machine translator, speech recognizer, and a speech synthesizer, grammar analyzers, linguistic resources and electronic dictionaries, and the textbooks, national corpus of the Tatar language with a volume of more than 200 million word forms have been created. This was due to the great support of the government of Tatarstan and the availability of good specialists. All our programs and resources are available on the Tatsat website shown in this third slide. At the same time, as shown in slide 4, not everything is so smooth with the Turkic languages to which the Tatar language belongs. The problem is that most of the Turkic languages are low resource and poorly supported by governments and scientific communities and are practically not represented in cyberspace, don't have the necessary software tools for processing these languages. Thanks to the support of various funds, grants, programs, including UNESCO, in recent years, this problem have been begun to be solved more successfully. However, as a rule, problems are solved for each language separately, autonomously. And this is not to say that this problem is not being solved in the world. There is a number of linguistic resources, linguistic platforms for solving the problem of combining language resources for different languages, for groups of languages. There are commercial approaches to solving the problem. For example, there are solutions from Google, Yandex. However, there are still few such initiatives and very little language coverage. Obviously, this doesn't solve the problem of language sufficiently. Commercial firms are interested in more resourced languages, and they solve problems based on big data and neural networks. But the Turkic languages are generally not provided with big data. There is a lack of other resources and specialists and technologies, systems focused on working with Turkic languages, with text given in Turkic languages. We need ontological data, thesauri, dictionaries, knowledge bases such as frame structures, and other resources. Currently, the LinguaDoc project is being developed. It includes the Uralic and Turkic languages. This is the development of two institutes of the Russian Academy of Sciences. Slide 6. Obviously, this is not enough to solve the problem. It is necessary to attract more scientific volunteers, native speakers themselves, to fill out the language databases with high quality, to conduct cross-language research. What is the way out of this problem? Obviously, it is expensive to build language resources and tools for low-resource languages from scratch, but the effort can often be reduced by leveraging existing resources and tools for interconnected, more resource-rich languages. As one of the solutions of this problem, our institute is developing the internet portal Turkic, named Turkic Morpheme. You can see on slide 7 the functions of the linguistic portal. Their information reference system, linguistic resource, linguistic database for solving applied tasks, collaboration platform, a toolkit for creating terminology and unifying designations, natural processing, code pipeline, research toolkit. The forums are organized according to linguistic topics and are a platform for specialists, programmers, linguists, and others to solve joint problems and execute joint projects. The portal contains resources for solving applied problems. For example, affix morphemes are based on a complete description of linguistic units at different levels. Multilingual thesaurus for creating bilingual dictionaries. Example on the slide 8, it is a Tatar Turkish dictionary. Bilingual thematic dictionaries for any pairs of languages are automatically generated from the thesaurus. In addition to the thesaurus, frames of frame type, FrameNet, WordNet, RusNet, and form are formed. By analogy with them, the Turkic FrameNet is being created. From the frame, various word forms are formed in the language up to sentences. Slide 9. The portal provides software tools for scientific research. Different statistical tables can be used. Statistical processing can be carried out on this data, as well as comparative research, quantitative research, and even qualitative research. If you download additional information, such as historical information, you can carry out etymological research, the historical interaction of languages, etc. Slide 10 shows some basic statistics for 37 Turkic languages in slide 10. It is possible to calculate the characteristics for the entire database or for individual languages. Currently, 27 scientists, experts are participating in filling the portal databases for different Turkic languages using multilingual interface shown in slide 11. Conceptually, the portal is a single integral model. The semantic layer and semantic models are language independent. Language elements in the language database are combined into a single database. Currently, the portal is already fully filled for a number of languages and is being used for its intended purpose. At the same time, filling the database continues. The technological and technical development of the portal also continues. As part of the development of the portal, it is planned to introduce geoinformation systems into the portal. This makes it possible to work with various electronic maps, atlases, and conduct etymological research in slide 12. Currently, language databases are being enriched through the integration of electronic corpora of languages into the Internet portal. As shown on slide 13, the portal software toolkit is used for corpus notation, morphological, syntactic, semantic, for searching of examples in the corpus. Simultaneously, automatic database replenishment is being carried out. The Institute has developed methods and semantic grammatical models that are used to create intelligent systems for analyzing and assessing the students' answers entered in a natural language, for example, in Tatar, in an arbitrary form. It's especially important in connection with the modern global processes of active implementation of digital education. It's also planned to integrate this system with the Turkic Morpheme platform, which will make it possible to apply this system for testing the students' answers, also for other Turkic languages, filling in the question answer model and grammatical forms for the multilingual database of the portal. See in slide 14. This portal is planned to be used for another urgent and promising task, namely the task of studying the cognitive potential of Turkic languages for the development of artificial intelligence technologies, the creation of intelligent programming systems based on lexical and grammatical models of a Tatar language, as shown in slide 15, using the portal's toolkit, generation of lexical and grammatical models based on ontologies and annotated text bases is carried out, as well as search for examples in databases of potential grammatical constructions, and potentially possible grammatical models are automatically generated for further analysis. In conclusion, brief information about the annual international conference on computer processing of Turkic languages, TRIPLANG, with the participation of scientists, representatives of almost all major Turkic languages. There is a conference website which presents materials from all past conferences, as well as links to linguistic resources and software tools for processing Turkic languages. Information is presented in three next slides, 16, 17, 18. Here are addresses, web addresses of resources. The conference is a real effective platform that facilitates the unification of scientists and specialists from different regions and countries to jointly solve the problems of studying, preserving, and using their languages in cyberspace for the implementation of joint projects on computer processing of Turkic languages. This year, the conference will be held online in Tuva, Russian Federation. In the last slide, my recommendations for inclusion in the resolution of the conference on the topic of my speech. I think that I cannot spell these recommendations because I sent them to the organizing committee. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Suleimanov, for your very informative paper. And also thank you for the activities of your institute to support lesser spoken languages in Russia to be digitized and better presented in cyberspace. I will just mention that out of more than 100 spoken languages in Russia, about 30 of them are Turkic languages, belong Turkic language group of Altai family. Colleagues, we are finalizing the session devoted to multilingualism. We discussed the topic from many points of view. But in other words, we can say that we only touched this fascinating and inexhaustible topic. Because it is one of the most important topic for our future. Thank you very much for all presenters and for all organizers that provided such a great opportunity to us to discuss these matters. Thank you so much. The session is over.
Thank you, Mr. Evgeny Kuzmin, for chairing the session. I also thank all the speakers for their excellent presentations, but due to paucity of time, we could not have much discussion on this. I hope that I see the chat. There is a lot of exchange of views. I think we will continue to do it through the emails and other virtual media. We will do it. I once again thank all of you, the chairperson, and also the paper presenters for their excellent presentations. Thank you very much. Now I think, shall we have a small break and then go for next session? Just 5 minutes break. With a cultural activity.
5 minutes break will not do harm.
Yeah. With a cultural activity. Yeah. I hope that all of you have enjoyed it. Now let us move to the session 2 quickly. The information accessibility. I request Cordell Green, Chair IFAP Information Accessibility, to chair this session. Cordell Green is a well-known personality in Jamaica with multifaceted activities. He is a scholar, an advocate, and he is also is a very good social activist, and he promotes IFAP programs, IFAP ideas. He propagates IFAP ideas in Jamaica, and now he is the chair of IFAP Information Accessibility. So may I request Cordell Green to chair this session? Now the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor, for your kind introduction. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening from Kingston, Jamaica, depending on where you are in the world. This is the second session. It's on information accessibility. The topic takes us to Brazil, Hong Kong, India, and Israel. We will explore what intelligent machines portend for the digital divide, translation and Wikipedia's policy of neutrality, inclusivity and information access, and solutions to algorithmic bias. The first speaker is Dr. Igor Miranda.
From Federal University of Rancagua, the Bahia, Brazil. His research areas include artificial intelligence, integrated circuit design, embedded systems, and signal processing. During the recent COVID-19 pandemic, Dr. Miranda led a research project to create AI tools to predict hospitalization due to COVID-19. We welcome you, sir.
Hello, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Thank you for the kind introduction. Thank you for the organizing committee. This conference is of a very important relevance for the technological world we are in now. So let me share my screen. Please, can you confirm that my screen is being displayed?
Yes, we are seeing.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So let's get started. I'm gonna start by defining artificial intelligence. I know this topic has been discussed a lot during this conference, but I'm gonna present with a very technical point of view, which is my background. I am an engineer, so I like these technicalities. So artificial intelligence is basically the intelligence demonstrated by machines. And in other words, any system that perceives its environment and takes action to achieve its goals are considered an intelligent machine. And artificial intelligence is actually a very broad topic with many different brains and approaches. The most known approach today is machine learning, which are systems that learn from data, from previous experiences. And inside this group, there is the neural networks, which is the most known and popular kind of artificial intelligence. I'm gonna talk a little bit about neural networks, and our discussion will be based on this point of view. Artificial neural networks are mathematical models inspired on the biological brains of animals. Basically, this is the idea, to reproduce the biological brains using some mathematical models. And these models, they are basically divided into layers. And this layer, like this one shown here, the green layer, the blue layer, and the yellow layer, the information goes through these layers being processed. And the processing is very simple. It's basically some multiplications and additions. This is the process of a neural network. And the output of one layer goes to the inputs of the next layer. This is done by simple multiplication and additions. But the important thing about this slide that I want to show is that this multiplication, there is these multiplying factors, which we call weights. And the weights carry all the information about the neural network. All the knowledge the neural network possesses is carried on the weights. And the most difficult thing about neural networks is to decide which weights to use in order to perform a task. So this process, initially, we don't know how to, for instance, how to recognize a cat on an image. But then we go through a process called training. And this process is basically to expose the neural network to a huge amount of images, in this case, a huge amount of examples, so that the neural network can learn the weights, can learn the multiplying factors, and then the next time it sees an image of a cat, it knows whether it's a cat or not. Basically, this is the idea behind the neural network. So the amount of information that we should provide to the neural network is very huge in order to perform a complex task. So after the training, we have already these values of the weights, and then the neural network can decide if it sees an image and if it's a cat or not. Of course, it works for many different types of application, but in all cases, the quality of this system will depend on the quality of the data. So there are many applications, as we all know. There is speech recognition, face recognition, medical diagnosis, and many applications in social media, which is using artificial intelligence very extensively. And in general, neural network is being used for most applications. But we know that the use of neural network, there are also problems. There are many amazing, some not so useful features, but people is using a lot. This is just an example, beauty filters, which is being used a lot on Instagram and other platforms like this. And it changed the way a person looks in using artificial intelligence to change the face with some characteristics. But the problem, this may seem a very harmless application, but a lot of people is now trying to change their appearance to to kind of reproduce the filters, the beauty filters in real life. And this becomes a problem. There is also applications with the writing assistants. There are many amazing writing assistants right now, and they have a lot of functionalities, and this is much more deeper than before. We had like grammar correctors, which was very simple software, and now the writing assistant is even suggesting the tone that you're using on your writing, using artificial intelligence, of course. So this is kind of leading everyone to having a very similar writing. So now it's like nobody trusts on their own creativity. We kind of trust much more on AI for writing. In many cases, I'm not saying everyone uses this, but people who use is always very influenced by this kind of technology. So now I'm gonna talk a little bit about algorithmic bias using that same example I gave before, using the cats. Algorithmic bias is basically systematic errors in a computer system that create unfair outcomes. And this unfair outcomes is caused by the type of data that you use during training. So let's say in my example of cats, of identifying cats, we only use black cats to say what is a cat or not a cat. So the training will go into, the neural network is gonna learn the weights, but in the end, it is not gonna know if a cat is really a cat. Let's say it's not gonna produce a good result if we present a non-black cat to the network. This is because the network was not properly trained. And also, if we present, for instance, a black panther, it's not. It may say it is a cat because it is going to associate the color with the animal itself. So this is how algorithmic bias is created, and there are a lot of systems with algorithmic bias out there, and this is a very huge topic now. And another topic of importance for artificial intelligence is the digital divide. The digital divide is the gap between those who benefit from the digital ways and the digital age and those who don't. And some figures say that 50% of the population don't have access to the digital world we live in. And this, during the pandemic, this was so true that a lot of people had a very hard time to access emergency aid from the Brazilian government, for example, because to have access to the emergency aid, they had to install an app and then make a registration. And that was very difficult for many people in Brazil. And that shows how it's difficult to the whole population to have access to the digital world we live in now. So how this could affect the neural network itself? I mean, from the technical point of view, let's say that we have this data set, but the black cats, again, they all the images of the black cats are very blurred or noisy, or even there are a few examples of black cats in my data set. So what is going to happen is not properly a bias, but we are going to have a kind of poor performance for just for the black cats, just for the group of black cats and not for the other cats. So if the system sees a black cat it is gonna give a much lower result with a much lower probability of getting the right result. So this is where the problem begins in the digital divide, because people with low access to the digital world, they produce less information, less digital information in terms of written text, in terms of spoken information, and also the medical and everything about life that is being produced now for the digital world. Someone with less access to these tools will not be represented in the data sets. And that's where the problem begins for many applications. It has a lot of similar problems has been shown in face recognition, for instance, for Black people using this kind of tools. Even some social media tools are having problem. This week there was a problem of Facebook tagging Black men as a gorilla, and that is where the problem is about. So the digital divide can produce poor result for the neural networks, so that the part of the population is not represented. And when it comes to some critical application as medical, as healthcare systems, it can be very dangerous. These are two regions that I suggest for the topic: the algorithmic divide and inequality in the age of artificial intelligence, and this one, digital inequalities in the age of artificial intelligence and big data. Let me share my experience leading a COVID-19 project. This project, our intention was to predict hospitalization due to COVID-19 based on self-reported symptoms. So the idea is that the patient could report their symptoms, and then we could predict if they would need hospitalization or not, just based on the symptoms. So we collect data from more than 2,000 patients, publicly available data. And these were all laboratory confirmed patients. And we collected this data from 3 different states in Brazil that has, these states have a very large difference in the HDI. So the Northwest state is the last developed one, while the Southern state is the most developed one. And then we use that just to avoid bias in the data set. And the interesting thing is that the state with the worst HDA also had the worst accuracy, and while the best HDA had the best accuracy. And we think that this is because the information for the richest state was cleaner and more organized, and the data was better than the other one. So we had better result for that, for the richest state. So our conclusion is that social inequalities in general causes algorithmic bias, because the data is of poor quality. People's prejudice can cause algorithmic bias, of course, even both the data, the way the data is produced and reported, and also the way the system, the AI system is designed. And the digital divide also causes poor data. And all these things, when they come together, we're gonna have bad or unfair outcomes in the AI systems. So two questions that arises are, will our language background affect our lives because of AI? So this is the first question. And the second one is, how can we mitigate the impact of prejudice and social inequalities in AI? So I have two recommendations regarding these topics. The first one is that independent ethics committees must be established in every country or region to evaluate cultural, gender, race, and sexual orientation diversity in the language-related data sets used for artificial intelligence. These committees must be as diverse as their target communities. The idea of this first recommendation is that the data set must be evaluated by an independent committees so that we don't have biased and poor data sets being used to design very important artificial intelligence systems. And these committees must exist in all countries and regions just so these systems are assessed. And the second recommendation is that companies and system designers that develop artificial intelligence-based products must be actively engaged in discussions regarding the impact of digital divide and systemic prejudices on their work. So this is because, in general, the technical guys don't want to discuss these topics more related to social sciences, and that is very important that we engage everyone in this issue. So that's all for my presentation. I'd like to thank you everyone that attended this, and I also want to apologize because I want to be able to participate in the questions and answers part of this session. Thank you.
Well, Igor, thank you. I don't think we're going to have time for the Q&A anyway, but we note, though, your demonstrable lesson on information accessibility by not making assumptions about knowledge levels, beginning with basic AI and then presenting a paper which was easily understood, despite saying at the beginning you were a technical person. So thank you very much. We are most grateful to you. And now, to understand Wikipedia's dark matter, we turn to Professor Mark Shuttleworth.
He is a very famous figure in the field of translation studies research and has been teaching since the year 1993 from University of Leeds, Imperial College London, University College London, and most recently Hong Kong Baptist University. His one of the most famous publications include Dictionary of Translation Studies, and many more. We welcome you, sir.
Well, thank you very much for your kind words of introduction. And indeed, thank you very much for your invitation. It is a great honor for me to take part. I guess that what I will be presenting will be but a very small fragment of what will hopefully turn out to be an overall picture. But can I just confirm, I am sharing my screen. Can everybody see my screen?
Yes, please
Yes,
go ahead.
okay, super. Thank you very much for confirming that. Let me plunge straight in that case. I'm interested in researching translation on Wikipedia, in Wikipedia, and the often hidden role it plays in the provenance of the information and the knowledge that is contained in articles on that multilingual encyclopedia that I guess we all use. As you know, in many ways, Wikipedia has been quite a runaway success story. It's been in existence for 20 years now. And the number of articles in many languages has just skyrocketed. As you see, they're approaching 6.5 million articles in English. And the development of articles on the encyclopedia can be typified by a number of different contrasts: collaboration, but at the same time self-motivation on the part of the often anonymous editors, traceability of edits as opposed to anonymity. It is possible to hide behind the cloak of anonymity. And likewise, visibility versus invisibility. Researchability, in that there's so much information that Wikipedia makes available about itself, once again, versus opacity. Who is doing the editing? Who lies behind the name of the editor? Is it a single person, or is it perhaps a cooperative or some organization? And you never quite know. Except that you are aware that this is a possibility. Democratization and empowerment versus possibly subversion. And just to repeat, I'm interested in particular in the role of translation on Wikipedia. I refer to it as Wikipedia's dark matter, simply because we know it's there. We don't know how much of it there is, and we certainly don't know always where it is. And translation as carried out in Wikipedia has a number of rather significant characteristics. First of all, the individual translators or editor translators can decide how much or what they want to translate. And they can produce a translation of an article or of a fragment of an article, and then another editor can take over and change completely what they've produced. The source text and the target text, apologies for those abbreviations, source and target text are constantly changing or potentially changing. They don't stay still, so I refer to them as moving objects. So that if there's a close correspondence between a source text and a target text, that correspondence may possibly decay over time. No finalized version of an article, in most cases, is ever arrived at. It's always only interim, unfinished articles. A lot of articles do, of course, reach a high level of polish and finalization. In fact, but that can always change. There's quite usually a distinction between translation and original writing, but in Wikipedia that is completely blurred. Translation is one of a number of different transfer types by which information is moved, for example, from one language version of the encyclopedia to another. And here are some of the other types of transfer that is quite easy to identify. So what's slightly unusual is for a whole article to be translated. Translation tends to be of fragments, of small pieces of text which are added to a developing article. As you see, there are a number of different types of translation as well. Translation of extended extracts, of short fragments, of major structures of an article, and so on. Machine translation plays a role, usually post-edited, sometimes just raw, unpost-edited machine translation. Self-translation, no doubt, happens quite a lot. And then there's paraphrase. There is writing in a language which is on a version of the encyclopedia that's not your own. And there is the inclusion of material sometimes happens in one language, version of material in a different language. A researcher in Wikipedia, or specifically Wikipedia translation, will be struck by the collage nature of much Wikipedia writing. Wikipedia translation itself does not only occur between different articles on the encyclopedia, but more, excuse me, more often than not, it's a way of bringing information and knowledge into the encyclopedia. Sources from outside the encyclopedia are often copied, the actual source added to the bibliography without quotation or any translation taking place. So as I mentioned, there is a lack of clarity as to how much translation there is, how much translated material and where it is. And you can only get an idea of it by doing a close analysis of a particular document or set of documents. On Wikipedia, all previous versions of an article are available to inspect. And so it is possible to attempt to untangle the joint evolution of a pair of articles. I do beg your pardon, I've skipped on inadvertently. There we are. My particular interest focuses on current affairs, articles that are chronicling rapidly developing news events. And the first one I looked at in detail was what happened on in Wikipedia following the tragic assassination of Russian opposition politician Boris Nemtsov. And a few years later, I also looked at the poisoning of the Skripals in the UK. And the reason for my interest in these two stories, I am a Russianist by training. Which I guess explains my interest to a large extent in stories originating from that country. I'm currently involved in a funded project on how news events are chronicled in Wikipedia, and I'm interested in looking at points of view and how point of view differs and what the role of translation is in conveying point of view. You're probably all aware of Wikipedia's neutral point of view principle. And that, of course, this is in practice almost impossible to achieve. Now, if you can imagine a set of a multilingual set of articles being edited and being developed in parallel, these will typically differ from each other in terms of the point of view or the sets of points of view that are conveyed in each article. Excuse me. And then these differences will be conveyed largely by the following types of feature. So obviously there's a question of structure and balance to each article, the range of information and the focus of information, which parties are selected to give an opinion or whose opinions are put across, which experts are brought in to state an opinion on what's been happening. How much information is brought in from other languages, either covertly or overtly, the level of tolerance of controversy in a particular article, the tone of the article, and of course the point of view will evolve as an article is developed. And my finding is that a translation can play an important role in shaping a particular article's content and point of view. And I've got a couple of examples of this in a minute. So let me look at a couple of examples coming from this story, which I'm sure you are all aware of, which took place in the early part of 2018, in which a former Russian spy living in the UK and his daughter, who was visiting him, suffered a poisoning attack. And this was reflected instantaneously in Wikipedia in a set of articles. Currently, they number, I think, 17 different articles in the encyclopedia. And I'd like to focus on 3 specific points. And of course, Theresa May was the British Prime Minister at the time. I would like just to show you one specific case of how her words were presented in a significant speech that she gave. And we see that there is a difference in information, or as a significant difference in wording between the English and the Russian version, because talking about the nerve agent that was used in the poisoning, you can see that in the English says that the Russian government lost control and allowed it to get into the hands of others, whereas in the Russian version, the allowed it to get is not there. In fact, when you trace it back, the Russian wording is taken from a BBC website. So it's not a clear. This is not a clear example of manipulation on the part of either sets of editors, as far as can be seen, and yet translation has clearly played a role. And in fact, to work out exactly what has happened, you need to look in some detail at the texts as are lying behind it and so on. And in each case, I won't say the final wording, but the current wording is often the result of what you might call a passive collaboration between a number of editors. They're not necessarily working together, but the effects of their independent editing brings about a certain set of wording. Now, my second example, this is about the then Finnish president, Sauli Niinistö. And I'd like to show you what happens to his words. He expressed shock at the assassination. And once again, we see a difference in the wording in the English and in the Russian. So in the English, you can see it says that he stated that the murder of Boris Nemtsov was a ferocious and reprehensible act. And then he suspected political reasons behind the killing and expressed his worries over consequences. At the same time, well, actually, almost exactly 30 minutes, 28 minutes later, we see a parallel piece of wording added to the Russian. And you can see he calls the murder of opposition leader Boris Nemtsov a ferocious and reprehensible act. And then it goes on to say that Niinistö observed that he had known Nemtsov personally. So rather significantly different train of thought here. And you think that the Russian was added shortly after, and it was a manipulation of the original English, but then you go back to the original article. It seems that in fact the Russian version is closer to what he said. He said both things in the article, in the interview. but the sequence of thoughts that he expressed is much more closely represented by the Russian than by the English. Once again, translation, even though it's from an outside source, not from one to the other, is playing a significant role here. And yet it's not entirely always clear where it's coming from, or via which intermediate source it's coming from. And if you put two and two, if you put two side by side with each other, it's not clear whether there's an influence of one on the other, or if they've just evolved independently. And I believe in this case they've evolved largely independently. So the last example it involves what I would call a major feature of some of the articles in this set. There was a list of expulsions of diplomats. There was a tit-for-tat expulsion of quite a large number of diplomats in some cases. And this was chronicled in a number of versions of the article. So this first appeared in the Russian on the 28th of March. And this was taken, it seems to have been taken from an infographic in the BBC News website. And then other versions followed a few days later. Okay, so this is the top of the Russian list. And as you can tell from the flags, these were the countries that expelled the greatest number of diplomats. And in the Russian, it's put in descending order. So the countries to have expelled the greatest number go at the top, and it works downwards. And the list consists of 14 countries that were added to the original list. And it also includes a number that made no expulsions. Now, the English table, on the other hand, lists the countries in alphabetical order. And as far as it's possible to tell, it seems that this was created independently of the Russian version on the basis of the same material, but it was reordered. So why? It's obviously not clear. I mean, you can speculate. Maybe the English language authors didn't like to see the finger of blame being pointed at the UK and at the US by having them put right at the top. So that was maybe concealed to some extent. We don't know the motivation, but the fact is you have two completely different orderings of countries. Now this is the Chinese ordering, and this follows the alphabetical order of the English ordering. And once again, you can see by the national flag, starts with Albania, for example. And once again, it makes the editors of the Chinese version make their own modifications, adding countries, including the Republic of China, and so on. Okay, so I've just got two more slides. First of all, conclusions, and then the recommendations. So some brief conclusions here. These are about Wikipedia translation specifically. And I would say that this exemplifies the breadth of translation practice that we see on the web. I would argue that it expands our understanding of collaborativity. If you think about collaborativity, normally it's something that's very conscious and deliberate. But what you see in Wikipedia is just very often a set of independently motivated editors with a vaguely common purpose, whose actions work together to produce a final wording, or interim wording, I should say. Wikipedia translation challenges our own understanding of translation in that it's different from most other types, and it illustrates the often complex provenance of our information and our knowledge, which just brings me to the recommendations. These are as follows. The first recommendation is that editors should continue developing Wikipedia and comparable sites as potentially valuable or valuable multilingual resources for information and knowledge, but also that we should continue to deepen our knowledge of them as flawed, potentially biased sources of information and knowledge. So thank you very much for your attention.
Yes, thank you very much, Professor Shuttleworth, for what Susanna, Daniel, and Susmita say is a most interesting presentation. That's really an understatement. The presentation dovetailed nicely with the previous session on multilingualism, and we have not missed what you haven't stated, but a call for us to think a bit more deeply about real and potentially artificial accessibility. Translation being an example of a tool that should enable accessibility and inclusivity, but could also undermine that objective. Thank you for that presentation. So we now hop from Hong Kong to India to continue to explore inclusivity. I'm going to mispronounce her name, but she's going to be properly introduced. It's my pleasure to welcome Professor Susmita Chakrabarty. And I know it's not Chakrabarty.
Professor Susmita Chakrabarty from the University of Calcutta, India. She teaches in the Department of Library and Information Sciences. She teaches digital content management, library website design, ICT, and technical writing. Ma'am, you're welcome.
Thank you very much. Let me share my PPT. So first of all, let me thank the organizers for having this international conference on emerging technologies and changing dynamics of information, which is a multidisciplinary approach to visualize the power, motivation, use, and inclusivity of information. This is a gigantic conference having so many think heads joining their efforts together to have this multidisciplinary approach possible. When we talk about inclusivity, we must remember that we are going through this time, which is very, very dangerous and confining people within their home space and having mental stress going on high and higher. But together with this approach of inclusive information, we think that we can overcome all hurdles. From the last 10 years or more, in India, we are hearing this word that we are turning towards inclusive India. Within our disabled people, because my hope is to present the case of the disability challenged person and their accessibility to information. So first we will have some features of disability situation over in India. So disability rate is 2130 per 1 lakh population, within which male population is slightly larger than the female population. The highest rate of disability can be seen within the visually impaired, followed by movement disorders, followed by mental disorder, speech disorder, and hearing disorders. These are the major disorders. Within the total population, we have the disability population is almost 2%. Disability rate, as we have seen, 2130, within which these 5 disability orders are shown in this table. Now, as my talk is centered around the accessibility of the challenged persons, so let us clear what the word challenged stands for. Challenged stands for that the person concerned has one or more disability in one area. And broadly, they can be divided into physically challenged and mentally challenged. In this respect, I want to share with you that for the last 40 years, I am working with these mentally challenged persons in our organization called Manos and trying to improve their accessibility towards health information. And towards this end, we are running a series of webinars on mental health information literacy issues. So from disabled website, we can get the statistics about the specific disabilities. People have difficulty in walking or climbing the stairs. People need assistance to do some basic things in life. There are the vision disability, hearing difficulty, wheelchair use, and there is a large population with Alzheimer's. You know, Alzheimer's is that difficulty which is making you unable to pursue even the simple basic things of life. So dignity of life is threatened by this disease. There are so many types of disabilities as we have talked about. So what are the usual problems that are faced by this disabled population? They have this problem of accessibility. They have the problem in education. They have the problem of healthcare access. They have a large problem with myths and stereotypes. All those popular beliefs around them, attitude, anti-attitude towards this population, which are like pity and disturbing attitudes, and which are having a negative effect on their quality of life. And they are constantly feeling of being ignored. They can do many things, as we see just now. Paralympics has been on just a few days ago, and Indian sports persons of challenged origin, they have done very well. They have done ended on the 26th position. This is the first time they have earned so many gold, silvers, and so many things. And each of them has a severe disability, but they are constantly are being ignored even now. In case of employment opportunities, they are being differentiated. They are thought of being incompetent. They are being constantly teased and abused in their schools, colleges, universities, workplace, wherever. Or some people will go even further. They will try to patronize showering PTs and other things which they don't need. They just need equal access. And in their relationships, people are having difficulties. But there is the sunset and sunrise in everything. So there are people who are facing challenges, but the challenge gives them that encouragement, that extra push to show the world that they can do it. The fantastic example is Sudha Chandran with that Joypuri Lake, that dancer has made it possible. There are these singer Ravindra Jain. There is Arunima Sinha who climbed Everest with her prosthetic legs. There is the great Einstein, the great visionary of all times. He has difficulty in writing, but maybe because of that, his energy has channelized in another way to create theory of relativity. There is our all-time favorite Stephen Hawking, the philosopher scientist. There is the great leader George Washington having dyslexia. Helen Keller, that example is there. Roosevelt has paralytic illness. Frida Kahlo, Mexican artist, she has polio. Beethoven, we know that disaster cannot stop his musical genius. We have the other persons, including Tom Cruise and Walt Disney, the famous ones, all of whom has dyslexia or other types of disability problems. So they can do it. Our attitude towards them has to be changed. So there are many organizations working for them. There are some list of disability organizations in India. So the most important part of this talk is how we can give them access to information more and more to these challenged persons. So there are the possibilities of screen reader, magnifier, braille printer, braille display keyboard, JAWS screen reader, Woodwell 3000, cranktop table scanner, natural speaking software, Supernova, Reddit Wand, NVDA, braille embosser, and so many other assistive technologies. And when we read the list, it seems very easy. But in India and many other developing countries or underdeveloped countries, to get access to all of these or some of these is a big challenge. There is paucity of funds, paucity of attitude, and so many other things. But a little ray of sunshine at our university, University of Calcutta, which is the first university of modern India. If we do not consider Nalanda, Takshashila, Vikramshila, and other ancient universities of prehistoric times. So Braille Center has been established at the premier university of India in collaboration with National Association for the Blind. And this center is constantly turning over books into Braille because it has a huge collection, and print collection has so many great books which should be shared with these challenged persons. So audio library is there with talking books and others. DAISY software is there, and soundproof section studio has been set up, and facility for blind students, not only from Calcutta University, but it can be used from other visually impaired persons from anywhere else. So they can even access the university's library through the software. as an example, we are placing this. I have searched so many libraries and databases within these accessibility and at a university library for the challenged persons. I thought that Albany University Library at New York is one of the beautiful examples of how librarians and information scientists can help people, challenge people, access their information. So what are the accessibility features that they have included? They have special entrance doors, restrooms, public spaces. You know, these small things really count for the challenged person, because otherwise they had to take help from someone and then they feel inadequate. That feeling of inadequacy is most important. We have to do away with that. So elevated access to all public areas. They have made science library and other libraries most accessible library. Whatever we think of, we must think of someone who will work as disability services coordinator, who will be 24/7 aware that customers have need. So all affected persons, all persons can access this coordinator with all their worries and all their suggestions to improve accessibility. So service and accesses will be increased through the proper liaison with this disability services coordinator. He will be kind of interface between this challenged person and the authorities, and he or she will be very vocal to advocate the point of view of the challenged persons, so that accessibility features are increased day by day. And as one speaker before me talked about how digital divide and artificial intelligence are go hand in hand. So disabled population should not be left behind. There should not be any digital divide between these people and the usual non-challenged persons. So these population should access not only the resources and the infrastructure of information providers, also there should be inclusion in all events, workshops, orientation, research services with specially designed group interaction, tours, instruction programs, courses, online tutorials, online reference and databases, so that they can think that they are at par with the otherwise users. Universal access with automatic doors, wheelchair elevator, study carrels, computer tables which are disabled friendly, group study room if they need it, retrieval services, sometimes assisted, and maps and directions in audio and braille. There should be research access with personalized assistant with searching, pause, which will help them to develop their search strategy, which is very difficult for challenged users. They will be given individualized instruction if needed. There should be paging service for retrieving books and materials. There should be proxy borrower, because sometimes some of them might not be that movable. So that mobility can be assisted by a proxy borrower. Catalogs of braille books and digital format, sound recordings, all of the library resources should be there, because even something in the resource center is not disabled friendly, but if the catalog is available and the person can see that one of the books or journals, print books, journals is of use, he or she can name it, and then if an effort can be done to make it disabled friendly. There are these assistive technologies, you know, there are so many voice output, voice input, interface to computer technologies. And the foremost important thing is the policies. You will see that most of the universities are having some sort of policies in the West, but you will see there is no policies in so many libraries and information centers around the world. There should be laws. Law is almost there in almost every country, but with that, libraries and information centers must have policies that will encourage the people with challenged dimensions to use their resources, because you know knowledge is power. However knowledge we can give them, they will come out into the open and they will not be confined within the disadvantage of their disability. So there are the policy of American Library Association, which says no discrimination. Everywhere you should have them as your equal. So library should have services, facilities, collections, assistive technology, library education, training and professional development, everything for disabled friendly, creating a disabled friendly environment. So the recommendations are to preserve the dignity of the differently able population of users while dealing with them. This dignity, I will overemphasize, dignity is the supreme important thing. To maintain no discrimination policy, they are not seeking your pity, they are seeking their rights. To formulate a clearly delineated library policy for the inclusion of them. And those who have the policy, please revise it, because most of them are very old-fashioned. To post the accessibility sign in all library sections, to provide pointers to secondary, tertiary sources, and to develop many more sources, resources, and search tools to make accessibility easier for the challenged users. So these are some of the references. Sorry, I had read a lot of things, but all of them are not here, I think. Okay. Thank you very much for this opportunity. And I want to conclude with reminding you that in these Paralympics, the challenged people has shown what they can do by earning so many gold, silver, and bronze medals in the Paralympic. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Chakrabarti. That was a very passionate and insightful presentation. It raises one question about the accessibility features, which we need to explore, and that is whether we should mandate that accessibility features should also include privacy enhancing technologies, especially when it comes to the unwanted disclosure of a person having a disability. It's not always important to disclose that to other people. It can have severe consequences in the pre-interview stages for employment when employers are increasingly relying on artificial intelligence to do early sifting. That was great. And I should also let you know, tied to what Professor Shuttleworth said in the earlier session on translation, talking about what's written. In terms of audio, Google told me that I was mispronouncing your name, which is not accurate. So we need to correct Google, and I'm happy to know that relying just on phonetics, I got it right. And now, last but certainly not least, it may have been deliberate by the organizers because she's always so engaging. It's a great pleasure to hop over now to hear about gender and racial bias and to turn to Dr. Galit Wellner.
Dr. Galit Wellner from Tel Aviv University, Israel. She's an adjunct professor also at Bezalel Academy of Art and Design. She specializes in the area of digital technologies and their interrelations with humans. She is an active member of the post-phenomenology community that studies philosophy of technology. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you so much. It's such a pleasure to see here friends and colleagues. I really miss you all. And I'd like to thank the organizers for organizing this amazing conference and urge them to continue organizing it also when COVID will end, hopefully one of these days. So I really hope to see you all soon. Meanwhile, I'm sharing my screen. Can you see it now? Yes?
It's coming up. Yeah, it's here. Go ahead, please.
Good. Okay, I'd like to focus in my talk. I wouldn't talk about digital technologies in general. I would like to narrow down to exactly these type of technologies that the first presentation of Igor was about. And these systems, usually when they are presented to us, we think, wow, this is a great technology, right? It is fast, it's doing things so quickly, and it's very robust in the sense that it's able to process large amounts of data, much larger than the ones that we could read. It's also very reliable. That's why during COVID, many people developed AI algorithms to deal with COVID-related data. And we also think that these systems are neutral and impartial. In my talk, I'd like to put a huge question mark on the last one. Is it neutral? Is it impartial? And I'd like to give you some examples, as well as show you how people try to confront with this challenge, how to solve it. But let's start with a simple example. My example is taken from Quartz magazine, and it is based on the Turkish language. I was told that they have kind of a neutral third person. So if I say I'm a lecturer, or he or she is a lecturer, it will be something neutral, okay? And you wouldn't know the gender of that third person. And if you translate it to English, then Google Translate has to decide whether it's he, she, or it, okay? As you can see from this list, you can read it for yourself and decide: soldier, he or she; teacher, he or she; a doctor, nurse, okay? Now let's see in the next slide what Google Translate made of this list. And it's a kind of, it looks like a song, a small song. So soldier, he; teacher, it was she. By the way, I tried this translation from Hebrew to English and from English to Hebrew. And in Hebrew, it remained a he for the teacher. He is a doctor, she's a nurse. In most languages, you will find it, no surprises. But the next one is slightly surprising. He's a writer, but the dog becomes he. She's a nanny, but the cat is neutral. Interesting, isn't it? The next one is easy. Almost all of them are he. He is the president, he's an entrepreneur. A singer is she, but the student and the translator are again he. And again, in Hebrew, most of the teachers, most of the translators 60% of the students are females, but still the translation refers to the male form. Then Quartz Magazine did something really funny, and they tried something with hardworking and lazy. And it became that he's hardworking and she's lazy, okay? The next list is really easy. Everything is he, painter, hairdresser, even the florist and the baker and the dancer are all male. But the police officer, that's the only profession that Google Translate thought that maybe both genders can do, okay, the police. Now with the descriptions, she's beautiful, but he's very beautiful. Ugly is something neutral, and then small is also neutral. Old is male, but hey, the life expectancy of women is much higher than that of male, right? Most of older adults are females. He's strong, he's also weak. And now he's pessimistic, and I don't know why, but she's optimistic. I have no idea why. So let's try to understand where it comes from. And I would like to quote an article that was published in Science Magazine 4 years ago. And in this article, they mapped all the words on the internet, okay, very similar to GPT-3. They mapped all the words, and for each word, they had kind of vector of other words and how far the words are from each other. 300 words for each word. And now they decided that the more the words are in proximity, it means that they have similar meaning. So with this kind of logic, the first 2 lines are perfect. They looked at flowers and insects, and they found out that flowers were mostly related with pleasant words, words that describe that they are pleasant, okay, of all kinds of variations, and insects are unpleasant. Makes sense, okay? Same for instruments and weapons. Instruments are pleasant, and weapons, they are related to war, it's bad, they are unpleasant. Perfect. But then they checked with US names, okay, American names, names that are more European Americans and some that are more African Americans. And now it becomes really unpleasant, if you ask me, because the European American name of people were more related to pleasant words and African American to unpleasant words. Now this is bias, if you ask me. They continued with male and female names, you know, John and Mary, this kind of stuff. The male names were related to career and the female to family. Women have careers as well. No, but the males were related to the career. Mathematics and arts. Mathematics was related more to male, okay, and art was related more to females. Science was related to male and arts more for female. Mental or physical diseases. Mental diseases were considered temporary and physical diseases were considered more permanent. And another pair of pleasant and unpleasant was young or old people's names. You know, sometimes names are more popular these days, so they are related to more younger people. And again, the pleasant and the unpleasant appeared again. Very unpleasant conclusions. And the researchers thought that it is just because it's out there on the internet. They say the substantive importance of the result raises the possibility that all implicit human biases are reflected in the statistical properties of language. What computer scientists call it the GIGO principle, which stands for garbage in, garbage out. Like if you put data that is biased, you will get a biased algorithm. It's all in the data. Now at this point, although it was published in Science Magazine, I beg to disagree. Okay, I don't think it's all in the data. There is more to that. And I'd like to go with you through 5 different solutions families of solutions that I found to manage the racial and gender biases in AI systems. Let's go for the first one. The first one is very simple. It says, let's just take out the gender and the race element from the data set, and it's all fine. We will train the algorithm with a data set that will be clean from all the biases. This is, by the way, what Shazam is doing. It's an algorithm for recommending music. Unlike Spotify, in Spotify, you have to put your gender and where you live. In Shazam, you don't have to do that. So in Shazam, it won't assume that I'm a woman, that I live in Israel, that I currently in Germany. For these 2 months, I live now in Germany. I'm a KAIS fellow at the Institute of Advanced Internet Studies. It won't bother with this. It will give me any music. If I like jazz music, it will give me jazz music, okay? No matter where I am, no matter who I am. So this is a simple solution. And for music recommendations, it works beautifully, but it doesn't work all the times. For example, sometimes the algorithms sometimes deduce the data, this information from the data. When an algorithm by a bank calculates how much you should pay for a loan that you receive, if your zip code is related to a poor neighborhood, you will pay higher interest. Now, this is really crazy, right? Like, those who need the money will pay a higher interest. As a society, we want it to be the other way around. We want people from poor neighborhoods to be able to get good loans so that they will be able to promote themselves, right? But this doesn't happen. Now, sometimes we see that the gender bias is already on the user interface level. For example, in Uber, it turned out that female drivers get less orders. And the same for Airbnb. If the owner is a female, then there's less demand. Why? I have no idea. So some researchers said, you know, we can leave the data in the data set, but maybe we should present the picture of the person, the picture of the driver, or the picture of the landlord only later on, because it is not relevant for the decision whether I should take this driver or rent this home. I don't care who is the driver or who is the owner, right? I care about the level of service that I'm getting, about how clean the car or the room is. I don't care whether it's a man or a woman, right? So maybe this kind of data should be delivered at a later stage. The next type of solution calls for transparency. Sometimes it is called also explainability. And here I'd like to bring 3 recommendations made by IBM in 2018. The first one says the algorithm should tell us which factors were taken into account when the system decided on a certain direction. Then how certain the system is in percentage, whether it's 100% sure, I will trust it much more than whether it's only 40%. And then I would like the system to tell me what makes the high or the low, why it made certain decisions. But it wasn't enough. Some scholars, Zhu and Shabinger, they said that that developers of AI systems should also expose the sources of data and how the data was gathered. Was it data that was received from people who really acknowledged that their data was used? It makes a big, big difference. And Cathy O'Neil, in her seminal book, Weapons of Math Destruction, she said it's not enough to reveal the data and the sources. Developers should also expose the operative logic and their underlying assumptions, why they decided that a zip code is relevant to decide on the rate of the loan. It's not relevant who my neighbors are. It's relevant who I am. In an age of personalization, we should go for the personal and not for where I live and what my neighbors are doing or not doing. For example, in Cathy O'Neil's book, she details how a teacher was graded by an AI system. And apparently the system decided whether she's a good or bad teacher only based on the grades of her students. Now, she got a very bad class and the students loved her. The parents loved her, but she was fired just because the system decided that the only criteria is the grades of the students. Eventually, she found a job in a private school. She got much more money, but the school system just got worsened with this kind of systems. The third solution says something simple. Hey, why don't we just come up with non-biased algorithms? What's the problem? Like we brought people to the moon. Why can't we develop an algorithm that will be non-biased? This kind of solution calls for, is based mostly on an architecture of algorithm called GAN, Generative Adversary Networks. It means that there are two algorithms. One of them is producing whatever it produces, and the other one is making the checks and says, I like it, I don't like it, it's good, it's bad. Okay, so, and these two algorithms, they talk to each other until they come up with a good enough level. But the problem is that sometimes we cannot decide in advance whether there is a bias or not. Racial bias, does it exist, yes or no? We don't know that in advance until the system is out there with real users in the real world. Okay, we know it only post factum. It's a big question whether algorithms can correct themselves. And I'd like to give you here a short example by Gmail. Gmail released in 2018 an autocomplete feature, a very nice feature that enables people to drive their email responses very quickly. So to an email, somebody wrote an email, I met a VC, and the friend to which this email was forwarded got the recommendation to use, do you want to meet him? Not her, not do you want to meet that VC? It was a him. Now, when the users got really, let's say, pissed off with this kind of a response, what Google did is simply not providing any recommendation in such cases. So the algorithm might decide him, or usually a him, but it doesn't learn. It is just blocked from providing the answers. So it's a big question whether we can produce non-biased algorithms. So the next solution is, let's just put humans in the loop. Because although algorithms are very powerful at spotting kind of patterns, they cannot understand the meaning. As we saw from the 2017 Science article, they just look at the proximity. They have no understanding of the meanings. Some people say, well, maybe we should make sure that the development teams are diverse, that there are enough people of each gender and various racial background. But sometimes the culture in these teams is so dominant that it doesn't matter much whether you put more women or people of color. It doesn't matter. It stays the same, unfortunately. I'm saying it with big disappointment, but it doesn't help. Some people say, well, maybe the users should report on the biases when they see one, but to whom they can report? There should be a mechanism, and I'm about to talk of this kind of mechanism. In some cases, especially military deployments, sometimes there's just a human operator in the loop who is required to approve the actions. But in these kind of cases, it is highly recommended to train these people to be alert to the biases, to the possible biases in the systems. We need to teach them how to be sensitive, okay? And this is what I'm trying to do with my engineering students, to teach them this kind of sensitivity. And last but not least, and that's my favorite solution, we all talk about machine learning. I'd like to talk about machine education, to educate the machine, not just teach it. So we have to educate the algorithm. Different algorithms should get different education. Face recognition algorithms, they have different challenges than the insurance premium calculations. The problem here is that we cannot always agree that a bias exists. Sometimes there are debates whether there is a bias or not. And sometimes there are debates whether something is fair or not. And I don't think I have time to go into this. So I'll jump quickly, right, Cordell? So I'll jump to the conclusions, to my recommendations, sorry. And my recommendations are focused on two types of solutions. And I chose these two solutions because I want solutions that will successfully work and that are easily implemented today, not tomorrow, not in a year, but now. We can implement them now. With transparent algorithms, the challenge will be how to convince companies to reveal the operating logic of their algorithms, how to reveal the sources of the data that they are using. Okay, they regard it as trade secrets. And maybe the solution will be a kind of mechanism like developing drugs. Drug companies, they have to reveal their processes to the FDA and other bodies like this. Okay, so maybe we should build something similar. Okay. And with the human in the loop, again, it's very easy to implement, but there are challenges. For the operators, it's additional costs. And for that, I would say, excuse me, but with the money that Google and Facebook are doing, they can spend more money and have people to do the work comme il faut, okay, with no bias, or at least lower the biases that they have. For the users, there's a fear that we replace the bias of the algorithm with a human bias. And here again, we should train the humans in the loop to avoid racial and gender biases. And it should be done for people who are involved in the development, for people who are involved, for data scientists who are involved in the data training, and for the users themselves. And we might have kind of an ombudsman, kind of an independent official that can investigate the complaints against the company who is operating the algorithm. So in this talk, what I did, I talked about racial and gender biases, how they exist in AI algorithms, how they exist in the training data set, in the operative logic of the algorithm, and in the data that is fed by the users. This led me to recommend on regulation that will minimize and possibly avoid racial and gender biases. First, we can treat algorithms like drugs. And like drugs, they can cure. Yes, they can do a great job, but they can also be harmful. So we need some form of transparency, and we would like to have kind of maybe an approval mechanism for the algorithms. And we would like to keep humans in the loop. we'd like to train them and give them the power and the authority to operate like an ombudsman. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Wellner. I quite frankly don't know what attribution Google would use for your presentation, but I would say unapologetically, unequivocally, and without bias, engaging, brilliant, profound, charismatic, virtuoso. Thank you. It's a lot that you have raised, and I wished we had time to be able to deliberate. If you would allow just an editorial comment, Mr. Chair, I see that Evgeny Kuzmin is quite upset with Mark Shuttleworth. I think Mr. Shuttleworth described himself as a Russianist, and I don't know if that explained his selection of examples, but I think Kuzmin is asking you to be an equal opportunity critic. That is how I received his comment. Let's end then where we began, with a question posed by Dorothy Gordon, rephrased and motivated by Galit's presentation. If an algorithm makes correlations that are not readily apparent to humans and opens new avenues for social discrimination, should the use of that algorithm be prohibited ex ante, and how to do so in law? We will have to work through that. And I leave you with that question to contemplate. Professor Rao, we apologize that we should have ended at 10:30. We were trying to make it on time. We're a few minutes late, but thank you for facilitating us. From Jamaica, it was my pleasure.
Yeah, thank you very much for the very interesting session. I think the accessibility, the papers range from AI to translation, from translation to disability to gender, race, different aspects of accessibility have been touched, and all the papers have in-depth analysis of the accessibility, the aspect that has been chosen by the speakers. So I thank all the speakers for their wonderful presentation, and of course, thanks to the chair for because I know Cardell is a very busy person and big personality. So, but still he has accepted to chair the session. Thank you, Cardell, for chairing the session. And once again, I thank all the speakers for their wonderful presentations. I think that all of us are a little tired. So here in India, it is now 9:15 evening. So let us call the day, and all of us will meet tomorrow at 16 hours India time. Thank you very much. Good night and have a nice day. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello.
Thanks. Hello. Thanks.
Thank
See
you.
tomorrow.
Yeah.